Javier Galanter, Goldberg, Hernandez, Holden, Miskowski, Pacheco, Padilla, Ridley, Thomas, Warnich, Wax, Walters, Ferraro, 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
The council will please come to order. Before we start our meeting, Sergeant, before we start our meeting, I know there are a lot of people waiting outside and we have this new procedure. Why don't we forego the procedure and let them come in without delay and wait? All right, this is a meeting of the City Council for the City of Los Angeles on the 8th day of December 1999. There are 15 council districts in the city. The regular meeting days are Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. We are currently being viewed by cable subscribers throughout the Los Angeles area on Channel 35, and we're also being monitored by council phone. The first order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
All right, Mr. Padilla moves, Mr. Savornich second. There's no objections, unanimous vote. The next item.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
There's no objections, unanimous vote. Next item.
Before beginning with the regular agenda, Mr. President, item number 1, the applicant requests to be continued to January 19th, 2000.
Is there any objections to continue item number 1? Seeing none, that will be the order.
And items number 27 and 29, Councilmember Padilla requests those be continued to December 15th.
27 and 29,
Yes, Mr. President,
continue.
for 1 week to December 15th.
If there's no objections, that will be the order. Next item.
Next items, required public hearing items. Item number 2 is a building and safety assessment. Mr. Farrar, we're having problems with the system, so she can't pull up anything.
Okay, is there anybody in the audience? We have no cards. Anybody in the audience must be heard on item number 2? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Any discussion on item 2? If not, prepare the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 eyes.
That is approved. Item 3, we're going to hold on the desk. Item 4, we have cards, we'll hold that on the desk. 5 through,
Items 5 through 13, public hearings have been held.
could we have some quiet in the council chamber, please? Oh. 5 through 15, we have, 6 and 7 special. 9 is called special. So we have 5. Well, 5 is an ordinance. We'll leave that on the desk. 8, 10. We have a card on 11, 12, and 13. Any specials by council members on those items? If not, prepare the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 eyes.
That is approved. Forthwith on number 8. Next item.
Items for which public hearings have not been held, items 14 through 29.
We have cards on 20. We'll call that special. Anybody want to be heard on any of those items? I know. 14 through 29. 29 has been continued and 27 been continued. No special, so prepare the roll on 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 28. Tabulate the vote.
11 eyes.
Those are approved. Mr. Hernandez?
Forthwith on item 23.
Yeah, we're probably forthwith everything because we're forthwith on 23. Next item.
Next item, Mr. President, are the closed sessions. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Yes.
Item number 33 is on the continued agenda.
Item,
33.
is there anybody in the audience who wants to be heard on item 33? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Any discussion on 33? If not, prepare the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Are we going to do the ordinances now? I know it. Two was a
Members of the council, we have a lot of people still outside, and we don't have room inside, so we have to put them in the committee rooms.
I've already done that. Yes, but they need an opportunity to speak. I've got to collect speaker cards.
Yeah, on those items that
Yes,
they can speak.
and I have to find out what items.
Okay. Those are three.
Need a bigger council chamber.
20. Ruth?
Carol was running off more agendas. We need them down here. Okay. Okay, bye-bye. I told her to bring whatever she had. She brought 50. Okay. She had 100 already. Well, ask somebody to call on the hotline so I know when you're going to be here. I know. The elevators were, I had to wait for 4 elevators. Yeah.
Item number 13 passed. I was busy in the back of the room. I didn't get a
Let's
chance.
see. Yes, it did.
Number 13 passed.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
We have ordinances 5, 14, and 15. Would you prepare the roll on those ordinances? Tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Those are approved. Huh?
20 should not.
I know. Are there still a lot of people outside town?
No, they put in this go over fires and calls it down because they're trying to get them out.
Are they gonna get the monitors in there then?
No.
You know what? Switchers.
Yeah, you know,
Okay, great. Okay, and could I get it, would it be possible to get that information too? Or do you have an extra? Okay, great, thanks.
Let's take item number 4. Sergeant, see if you can keep council. We have item number 4, and we have Peter Colvus and George Colvis. You want to be heard on this item?
Yes, I'd like to give my time to George Kolovos.
You're in favor of this?
I am in favor, however, we have found out that we do have some problems, and I would like to address them.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is George Kolovos. I'm the owner and the applicant for the 10-unit condo project on 2 lots, an R3 lot and the lot that is up for rezoning today. And also we apply for variance as a result of a high-level water problem that we have in the area. Everything has been approved by the Planning Commission, and I want to thank the Plum Chairman, Mr. Burson, Mr. Misikowski, and also Mr. Hernandez, that they have recommended to approve the ordinance with the Q condition for the height. The problem is the height. After the Plum Committee, we have some new findings that they show that though we have been running with this for about a year, we are still in the same place. And this is very important to us. Because of this, I have, my engineer is not here, fortunately, because the data he used to come up with the height variance, they were erroneous data. The height of the R3 lot was 45 feet. He didn't take under consideration the inclination of the 2 lots and also the handicap requirement, clearance requirements of the garage. Because of this, my engineer is not here today. However, I would like to address this height impasse, and I have come up with a proposal. That's why I have prepared this elaborate brochure for you, and it will help the council people that they are interested in my case. If you please open the brochure in the diagram number 1 and figure number 1, because that's very, very important. If the ordinance is approved, as stated with the height Q condition 35 feet, we are not getting any relief. And the reason is the height is measured from the lowest part of the lot, then the height of our building will be 30.
I think you made your point, Mr. Kovalis.
I think, Mr. President Ferraro, I understand, but this is very important to us. And if you, I see there are so many people here, if we cannot really address the problem we have, I would like to continue the case so that some other time.
Did you have a hearing in the committee, Mr. Kovalis?
I did.
Okay. All right, Ms. Sikowski?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a zone change, a tract map, and an accompanying variance in CD11 to allow multi-unit buildings to be placed. There's a history in this property as to what the city had allowed. The city had allowed, generally in this area, a 30-foot height limit to create some transition from a multifamily area to a single-family area. In this instance, the request for 35 feet was deemed merited because this backs up to other higher buildings. So we did recommend the 35 feet, and that was the maximum that was applied for in the variance. I am moving and recommending that we adopt the committee report. My office will continue to work with Mr. Kolovos as to whether or not there should be a minor, slight modification as a consequence of other factors, but I think the approval as the Planning Commission recommended it, as the Plum Committee recommended it, in granting both the variance and the tract map and the zone change is appropriate at this time, and so I would ask for an aye vote.
Okay, any further discussion? If not, prepare the roll on the committee report and ordinance. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Forthwith on that item. Item number. Now let's.
Ordinance, the Q committee, the Q condition from the committee causes the ordinance to go over 1 week and be reacted, so we could just have that go over for a redraft of the ordinance.
So okay, you heard that, the ordinance will go over 1 week? All right, then. Mr. Burnson, we're going to take 6 and 7 now. And, you know, we've had public hearings on this already, more than once. And by the same token, we have a lot of people that want to be heard.
Mr. President, I recognize the fact that there have been several public hearings on this, but you can see the community is here today, and I know that we have a lot of business, but I still would move a 10-minute public hearing on each side, and I would ask each side to delegate their speakers. I think the people from the North Hills should have an opportunity to give their point of view again to the council. There's a lot of issues here that need to be addressed. So I would move for 10 minutes on each side.
All right, are there any objections to 10 minutes on each side? Now, we have a lot of cards, so I would defer to those on both sides to pick their speakers, whoever they want to represent them. If not, then I will call as they came in. Saul Shortino. And then Marion Ellen Crosby. Mr. Shortino.
Good morning, Your Honor. Over the weekend, I faxed each of the council members a letter opposing the Sunshine Dump expansion. Number 7 of that letter calls out the financial condition of Allied Waste, which purchased BFI on July 30, 1999, is rated C++ by Value Line, which is a very weak rating. Its stock has dropped from $31 to $8.01 this morning. Its debt has increased $7.5 billion, with its current assets totaling only $400 million. The dates, if you go back, June 98, that was the high of the stock. July 98, July 99, 1990, July 30th, 99, purchased BFI for the amounts I told. The total debt at that time was $2.7 billion, and you add the $7.5 billion, and that's the reason for the rating dropping as of November 19th, 99 by Value Line, which is a stock investment portfolio that I am involved in. This, on a 9-point scale, which starts at A++, A+, A, B++, B++, B, C++, is a 7 rating. The problem is, now the debt is $9.3 billion, and with $400 million in current assets, it's inadequate to service, in my opinion, the $9 billion debt.
How does that
we have.
affect the landfill we're talking about?
Okay, how that affects it is the city of Los Angeles is going to be a partner with this Allied Waste. They have obligations under that. They have to post a bond, as I understand it, for 15 years to close the dump before opening it. And I don't think that a 26-year contract with the city of Los Angeles is in the city's best interest without some greater showing of financial capability.
Okay.
Because a modest change in rates
All
would
right,
cause a problem.
thank you. Thank you. We have Wade Hunter.
Call Mary Edwards.
Mary Edwards would be next.
Why don't you go on for me? I'll let you go before. Yeah, I know.
Good morning, council members.
Mary, can you wait just a second? How many people here are involved with the landfills? How many are not involved with the landfill? Would you be kind enough to leave the council chamber until, because there are a lot of people that are involved with the landfill, and they should have an opportunity to be in this room.
Here's some cards. I don't have to separate.
Well, we're not gonna, we're just having a temp.
That's perfect.
Me neither. And look, we don't have very many specials. And then the elevators won't work, please. Yeah.
Are we all gonna get through this day? We're gonna get through this day.
Well, I'm leaving at 12:30, so you guys could. You guys. She was right here. She just talked with him. What, Pat?
Ask for extra staff here. They're all waiting outside on what she had.
Oh, you didn't hear the announcement then? Everybody that's not involved with Sunshine is coming, so the Sunshine people just can come in.
Would the council, will the council come to order, please? Would the council please come to order? All right, Mary Edwards, you have the floor.
I feel an enormous responsibility today, council members, to try to encapsulate in a very brief time the hopes, the dreams, the futures of our whole community, because this is exactly what's on line here. The health of our children. As of last Friday, there was a windstorm that blew dust completely around our neighborhood, which is not an unusual event in our community. This is from the landfill. It's a mile and a half further. You're going to bring that landfill back into the heart of our community, where we suffered before, and your very board acknowledged that we suffered before from this landfill. And it is run, ironically, by the same operators that you found guilty of causing many violations. This is so sad for us. We can't believe that we have been betrayed like this. Many years ago, this was supposed to have been valuable recreational land, and now you're turning it into heavy industrial in the heart of a residential community, from open space to heavy industrial, and we've tried to work with you. We've talked to each one of you about a plan for the city, for recycling, a real plan, the kind that would bring in MRFs to take out all the recycled materials and before anything goes to really goes into a landfill or to another process of conversion. We've talked to you about that. We've begged you to have a real plan for all the commercial and for the residents that don't live in single-family homes. We've asked you to talk about packaging. We've asked you to do these things for us before you continue to this dinosaur of this dinosaur of a way to deal with trash. We have talked about even residential fees on trash, because I know some of the communities feel that this is necessary. We want to work with you on this. Will you give us the time to study our health concerns? Some people they come to me all the time telling me, on my street, there have been 10 cases of cancer where people have died, and they were young people. Around my particular home, out of 5 houses, we've lost 6 people. And this is 5 houses that touch my property. This is terrible. We don't know that it's from the landfill, but it needs to be studied. Take the time to do a health study, which was demanded by Zoning Administrator Parker in 1989. This is to examine the soils and the environment as well as the community, because there's other health issues besides the one line out of a letter from the Norris Cancer Center. And then the doctor said she really felt that she didn't want her letter to be used to justify this project because she knew there were health risks involved. This is so wrong. There is so much at stake here. There's the lives of young children are at stake. The lives of all of us are at stake. And just take the time to study your alternatives, take the time to do the health studies, take the time you don't need it. There's another 10 years in the county as you're right now, without ever seeking another permit. You can continue to negotiate a low rate with the county for another 10 years without getting another permit. No, there's absolutely no reason to do this until you've taken the time to look at other options. Thank you.
Wade Hunter.
Thank you. My name is Wade Hunter. I'm the president of the North Valley Coalition. I'd like to just say to the council members today that trickery has brought you here. BFI has played a vicious game with you. Your planning department has bought into this. It is so you haven't considered any of the alternatives. Mr. Deaton has negotiated in secret with BFI and even failed to tell this council that that was a viable option. Mr. Nick Brown from planning told BFI they didn't have to do a health study, even after people had told them about all the cancer cases. We have this thing going back for years and years, telling about the sickness and the cancer clusters we have on the strength of one line from a report from an osteopath. This man decided that it was not needed for this community. This is the very same man who was here at the last hearing that told you that that canyon was underlain with granite. There is no granite there. Siltstone, sandstone, mudstone, shale. It's all sedimentary. There is no granite. This is the person that you are depending on to give you information and guidance. Your Department of Sanitation and your planning is in bed with BFI. You, in turn, see dollars and cents as being a reason for approving this expansion. You are wrong. This is not the way to treat Los Angeles. This is not the way to treat the San Fernando Valley. We do not deserve this.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would ask you, if you want to be the people who are going to go down, all of Los Angeles water supply is right in that particular area, and I'm telling you, it is in one of the most earthquake-prone areas anywhere in Southern California. Not only that, it's also bracketed by 2 pipelines. All I can tell you is this city is the most foolish people I have ever run across. Even a 10-year-old would tell you that you would not put a dump in close proximity to the water supply for over 17 million people. And we have children there, and we have schools that are right on the edge of this thing. And if you guys turn around and look at the pictures that you probably received, you will see their state-of-the-art landfill, the one in the county, the one that they bragged on, the one that they said they're bulletproof. This is the best they have to offer. You look at those pictures, and you see dust going up thousands of feet. And what did they do? They came along and they closed it. And that was it. But that dust and dirt still came over us. Those ones harboring pathogens, those ones with the PM10s, all that came into our neighborhoods, into our schools. And guess what? It blows at night, too, when you can't see it. It blows into our houses. It's everywhere. And you guys are going to tell me that you're going to put it back into the city, which is ever closer? I'll show you pictures of what they did. I'll show you the pictures of the second largest park in Granada Hills, covered in dust and trash. It was hanging out of the trees. And if you read the reports, if you read the Daily News, which, by the way, is the only darn newspaper that I ever saw that gave us a good story, you would see that they were bad operators then. And it was a bad area for this to put a landfill. This was a landfill that was established. It was illegal dumping that got it established. They didn't go around and search this state for the ideal location. It started off with people dumping into canyons, and the city legalized it, and then they expanded it. And now BFI is left with trying to justify that somehow this is a stainless steel bowl, and nothing can get out of it, nothing can get into the groundwater. There are vast amounts of water underlying that landfill, and those are waters of the state, and they can be potentially contaminated also. And I'm telling you, this is not the thing to do. When that dust and any of those things that come to BFI's boundaries, it doesn't know that. It just blows over it. Okay? It does not stop. It is a wind tunnel there. The winds, there's an anemometer there that goes to 100 miles an hour, and I'm sick and tired of telling you guys about this. It's been seen holding steady at 100 miles an hour and gusting to 125 by the AQMD. And the incident last Thursday was not a rare occasion. It happens in our neighborhood all the time. This is the wrong place for a landfill. Thank you.
Michael Riley. Michael Ridgely or O'Reilly, or what is it?
Ralph Crayer.
Go ahead. Give your name, please.
My name is Ralph Croy. I have lived in Granada Hills location for 31 years across from the Van Gogh Elementary School. The placing of or the expansion of a garbage dump in the metropolitan area is a show of total lack of vision, doing what was done in great-grandfather's time. Doing the same thing next to the largest water treatment plant in the country that serves 17 million customers defies logic. There are alternatives that make more sense and provide some logic. A study of the alternatives should be a mandate. The implementation of the previously requested and required health study should be done forthwith, prior to any expansion or new dumps. The health of millions served by the Metropolitan Water District should be of paramount concern. Thank you.
Would you give your name, please?
My name is Mike Wrigley. I live at 12901 Bartow Drive in Granada Hills, which is about 1.5 miles, 1.25 miles from the BFI trash dump. Many residents are much closer. I've lived there with my family for 13 years and have enjoyed every minute of it in Granada Hills. I hope the City Council will reject the BFI's request for expansion. I'll allow my family to remain in Granada Hills. BFI has had 1,126 violations by one company. The granting of BFI's request would create an unlivable situation. The amount of trash and hazardous waste that would be dumped daily within the boundaries of Granada Hills boggles the mind. One estimate is, are you ready for this? 24 million pounds of trash a day. The dump is located in a high wind area. If you've ever been out to Granada Hills, when I say a high wind area, I mean a high wind area. Picture the diesel trucks dumping these enormous amounts every day. The particles blown onto our properties, parks, schools, etc. would create an extremely unhealthy environment. The dump is also located less than a half a mile from a very large water filtration plant that provides water for LA. A half a mile. The members of the City Council should realize that if they vote to allow the expansion, they will adversely affect our health, living conditions, financial security, and happiness on the families of Granada Hills and the Valley. I have a letter. Excuse me, over there. Can you please calm down just for a second? I've got a letter that I think I want to read, and it's very important. This letter is from Congressman Howard Buck McKeon. It says, "Dear Mayor Reardon, I'm writing to ask you to join with me in opposing the expansion of the Sunshine Canyon landfill. In addition, I am respectfully requesting you to veto the expansion if the City Council on November 8th gives final approval to this expansion. I have formally opposed the expansion of the Sunshine landfill since shortly after I was elected to Congress in '92. There have been substantial arguments raised by opponents of the landfill, including traffic, noise, air quality, and possible water contamination. In '96, I contacted the Federal Environment Protection Agency regarding seismic standards for landfills in connection with Sunshine Canyon's proposed expansion. I believe there is no need to reopen Sunshine Canyon at this time. If there is anything I can do to provide you with additional information, please do not hesitate to contact me." Signed, Howard Buck McKeon, Congress.
My name is Gigi Ray, and I live in Granada Hills. I just want to, a lot of
You're
it has
getting-
been,
Chi-Chi, you're going to be the last speaker.
a lot of things have been, a lot of things,
Listen, folks, I appreciate you all being here, really, in support of what I'm trying to stop today, but you've got to not scream and holler and carry on like this. It isn't going to change anything. It's only going to make things worse. We've got a long agenda. This is, please, 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 please. You know, we're doing the best we can. We've made a lot of headway, but you're not helping the cause by yelling and screaming. We've had many, many public hearings. I doubt, even though we may feel very strongly, and I feel just as strongly or stronger than you do about this, that they've heard most of this before, okay? And it's not going to change anything. Please, now please, I'm pleading with you to act adultly and not give, you know, there's a proper way to conduct ourselves. Let's not do what we should not do.
Request 10 minutes on behalf of the rest of us. It's part of your previous plan.
we are requesting 10 minutes more on behalf of the rest of them. I only want to mention briefly, a lot of things have been said. Some of the people might be too young. Some of us will remember the infamous story of the Love Canal. This is going to be another repeating of that incident, where no environmental impact statement was done, and later on the lawsuits incurred, and the funerals happened. I am one of those people who buried neighbors. I buried a 16-year-old across the street with lymphoma, a 19-year-old next door to me with spinal cancer. Another 19-year-old below me has pelvic cancer. Her father died of liver cancer. Across the street, the gentleman we buried with liver cancer. And these are human beings. These are people who did not move into the area. These are people who lived there for the last 30 years under the old dump benefits. There is an environmental issue definitely there, and it needs to be addressed. The seismic issue is very important. We are in a rocking area. We see daily how our houses shift, even now in the settlements. And nobody, not even BFI for all the money, can convince me that they can line a dump that does not crack. If our quote-unquote earthquake-built houses crack, I guarantee you, twice the interchange in that area collapsed, no matter what they projected to build earthquake safe. twice that exchange collapsed. The BFI dump cannot be lined so it does not leak into the city's water supply. Thank you.
All right. Now we will, thank you very much. Now we will hear those in favor of this. Mr.
5 minutes for these folks, please. They've come a long way. Just give us 5 more minutes,
All right,
please.
If there's no objections, we've given them 20 minutes already.
I know, John, but,
All
you
right.
know, this is a very...
All right. Please. All right. Would you give your name, please?
My name is Steve Twining. I'm president of the Hillside Federation of 200,000 homeowners in the city of Los Angeles. And we are not directly in the area affected. We live in the hills between Sunset and Ventura, between Los Feliz and the Palisades, and we are opposed to this project. Our 40 homeowner groups have come out in opposition to this project. You folks all realize that there are areas in this state where this trash can go. It might cost a little bit more, but it would save the lives of these children. Plus, you are next to the water supply, as you well know, of the city of Los Angeles. If you council people cannot wake up, those of you who vote in favor could possibly face recall, could have your political ambitions limited. Your future political ambitions could be limited. We have some influence, as do these people here today. So think very seriously about your votes on this issue. Thank you very much.
Excuse me?
Give us your name, please.
Linus Sapikis. At school, we've had trash fly over our heads and hit us, even too. And our schools are a mess. Even you could drive by, sometimes in the corner of our school, and sometimes on the playground, you could see trash. And we are sick and tired of it.
You can't make monitors at our school, so we have to end our recess just because of the trash limit or whatever going high. We work hard in school, and then we have free time at recess and lunch. And just because of the trash going high, we're going to have monitors at our school, so we're going to have to go right back inside. You have a choice of not doing this to us or doing it to us, but you're just going to go ahead and do it to us anyway.
Sometimes you guys just pollute our school, and soon enough our school is going to be filled with trash. It's going to be covered with it. Classroom's going to be filled with it. Next thing you know, we're gonna have to build another Van Gogh. We might have to move back to Frost again. So I want to ask you to vote no on the BFI dump. Thank you.
Okay. One more speaker. One more speaker.
My name is Carl McCraven. I live at 17109 Nanette Street. I'm here because I think you have all of the facts, but I just wanted to ask a few questions. I guess I'm here to find out why. Why would my good friends Holden, Maxine Waters, and Thomas want to put a dump in a very historic area? I want you to know that the Balboa Highlands in 1962 was the first housing development in the county of Los Angeles built on a non-segregational basis. I also want you to know that those houses are architecturally significant. They were built by architects trained under Frank Lloyd Wright, and to do this, I think, is a terrible thing to do. I also want to know why the feasibility study does not take into consideration the loss of tax revenue because of the depreciation of the houses in those areas. I want to know why. I want to know why the council members are willing to take a position, either rightly or wrongly, that 1 million people oppose. Just think what that means historically. Think about our city in the future. How can you have a consensus when you have that many people feeling disenfranchised? I think it is a very, very serious mistake and will haunt us because if the dump is there, every time someone sees the dump, we'll always remember this day. Also, and then finally, I want to say, I have to admit, I'm ashamed of my thoughts, and I'm angry that you caused them.
Thank you. We're now going to hear from those in support. I believe Mr. Ferraro had announced that that would be the last speaker in opposition.
Clarification of the Brown Act, does that not allow us all to speak? Am I misinterpreting that?
I'm trying to respond to your question.
Thank
Let us
you.
hear from those in support, and then we'll resolve that issue.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
We'll hear first from Chris Funk.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is Chris Funk. I'm an attorney with the Weston Ben Schoof Law Firm representing the applicant. Just a couple of quick things. I want to commend the council as well as the staff and the people here in this audience for making this, I think, by far the most thorough, extraordinary list of conditions for the operation of a landfill I've ever seen. I think people have to understand that this is not a new set of issues. There's been landfilling in this area of Sunshine Canyon since 1958. The landfill from 1966 to 1991 was under city variance. In 1991, there was an initial approval by the county, and as you know, the county-approved landfill started in 1996. Again, a very thorough set of conditions under a final EIR, but now, because of the subsequent EIR that was adopted by the city, because of the work of the city staff, because of the efforts of this council, and because of the efforts in great measure of the North Valley Coalition, you have truly a unique, extraordinary set of conditions. And these are things that ensure that, and I can say already from the experience of 11 years with this landfill, there are no impacts on the Jensen filtration plant. It's established.
They were quiet while you spoke. They were quiet while you spoke. Please return the courtesy and stop shrieking at us.
It is established not only by the two EIRs I mentioned, but by the Metropolitan Water District. There is no significant effect on the city's reservoir established by the city itself, and the water master has said no effect on the groundwater.
Hold it, Chris.
But I just want to.
I know. I'm going to let you continue when we begin to behave like adults here. Okay, go ahead.
I just want to go over, though, the facts that are in front of you today. You have conditions that ensure, belt and suspenders, beyond those things I've mentioned, that there will be no particulate impact. You have monitoring south of the landfill. You have a special independent air quality consultant. You have monitoring at Van Gogh Elementary School. All of these are measures that are unprecedented. So that those assurances go far beyond what is normal for any type of landfill that I've seen in California. I just want to.
Why don't you stop again, and we'll wait until everybody settles down.
I won't enumerate all the things, but I went through the other day and saw 22 to 23 items that go beyond what the county CUP does, and each of these is in a critical area. More trees, more monitoring. One thing with Mr. Fuhrer here, the elimination of diesel vehicles. All of these things being done tied to this Sunshine Canyon landfill, which is a critical landfill for Southern California, established by the county and your own Bureau of Sanitation. And if there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer them. But we believe that you have in front of you a set of conditions in this ordinance that should be adopted and will create the best run landfill in America.
Thank you. I'm going to offer an editorial comment here that for those of you who are concerned about the children in schools, you are setting a very poor example of behavior. We would like to hear now from Sharon Rubalcava.
Turn my microphone on, would you please?
Mr. Brunson, a mic.
Please, you're not helping your cause by acting this way. Believe me, I know this council. We have a chance today. You have a couple of votes that may be wavering. Please act like adults. Do not scream and yell and do things like that. It is not helping. In fact, it will hurt. Please, I ask you.
Ms. Rubalcava is an air quality expert who's here to answer any questions the council might have on air quality issues.
All right, well, let's
Thank
hold
you.
her
So,
card on the
thank you.
file then, and we'll go on. Now, Madam City Attorney, a question has been raised concerning the Brown Act. The question is whether, under the Brown Act, we are required to hear from every person who fills out a card.
Yes. First of all, under the Gail Weingart, Assistant City Attorney, under the Brown Act, there are hearings required. However, this item has been heard several times. This item is not, this is a second consideration ordinance, and it is listed on the items for which public hearing has been held. The council is allowing a limited public hearing to allow some of those people to speak. They are not required to allow everyone to speak, even
Because we have already had
even
the hearing.
if this were a first hearing, the council under the Brown Act is required to have people, to have a reasonable hearing that does not require everybody. And since you have already had a hearing, this is, I would think, more than reasonable under the Brown Act.
All right, thank you. I hope that answers the questions of those who raised them. Now, I believe that we've had over 20 minutes. I've lost track of the total time of those in opposition. We've heard from one speaker who is in favor. Before I close the public hearing, we will make everybody's card a part of the file. You are officially on record, those both in opposition and support. And we will now close the public hearing and return to consideration of the second consideration of the ordinance. First speaker, what's your problem? You're on here, but
Ms.
Uh,
you're not
Galanter-
the first speaker.
No, Ms. Galanter, what I would like to ask, since there's so many people here, I think it would be appropriate if we gave the opposition 5 more minutes. I would like to move it.
I don't really know what you expect to gain by it. I think they've been very clear about their points, but, all right, let's call the roll on whether to extend the public. Now, if we're going to give them 5 more minutes, it's only fair to give those in support 5 more minutes if they want it. So let's call the roll on whether to extend the hearing for another 5 minutes for each side. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
I guess you've got it. All right, we're starting 5. Don't use it all up that way. Have you got designated speakers for the 5 minutes? Well, and if you would, please give me your name so I can get the cards out.
Vicki Chesbrough.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, I moved into the Knollwood area in '64, and then in '75 I located to Sylmar, returning to the Knollwood area right below, or the Granada Hills area right below the dump in '83. My husband and I are both avid runners, running around O'Melveny, Bee Canyon, and the surrounding areas. In 1994 December, I was diagnosed with cancer. I had to go through 6 months of chemotherapy, followed by 6 weeks of radiation. I then was told my cancer had not all gone, so I had to have another surgery to take care of it. I am at this time, fingers crossed, cancer-free. I can't tell you whether living below this dump had anything to do with it. All I know is I've heard a lot of stories about a lot of people that are not around any longer because of cancer. And I just wish you'd take time to do a thorough report on this issue and see if there is anything linking. I'm a survivor. I'm one of the lucky ones. There doesn't seem to be a lot around. And when I hear about the young children and the children at Van Gogh, they're right below it. I run, I breathe that air, I drink that water. Please, for the sake of the children and for myself, I don't want to be selfish, but please look at this a little bit longer. Thank you.
Let's have the next speaker. We have 3 minutes and 41 seconds left.
Thank you very much for giving us the additional time. It is truly appreciated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We live in the most beautiful...
Excuse me, we need your name for
I'm
the tape.
sorry, I beg your pardon. It's Linda, Lynnnda, Croy, Kroy.
Thank you.
We live in the most beautiful, innovative, forward-thinking, cutting-edge state in the United States. Every state in our nation, indeed most countries in the world, look at California as being the leader, the place where things happen first, and then they try and emulate us. Our great city of Los Angeles is touted as LA's the place. Those words are not just hype to encourage business development. We really are the place where ideas take seeds and blossom first. We're always running ahead of the pack. The reason for this is our people and our leaders who are proactive, have the vision and courage to look way down the road and plan and then implement those plans, often against great odds. Have I lost my mic here? I can yell, but it sounds like I have. As you, our leaders, take us into the next century, how forward-thinking are you being regarding the city's garbage disposal? Are you being proactive or reactive? Are you looking ahead 20 years or just taking the easiest route, which is expand the Sunshine Canyon landfill and dump all the city's trash there because it seems to be a simple and expedient solution, and the income that will be generated for the city is extremely lucrative and seductive. You, our leaders, have an extraordinary opportunity, as Mary Edwards said, right in front of you to take our city into the next century as our nation's leader in recycling, profoundly decreasing the need for landfills anywhere. Why aren't our businesses and apartment dwellers also required to recycle? The closure of Sunshine Canyon landfill is the first step forward. Your analysis of modern, innovative ways to handle our trash and close landfills is the second. To not take these steps implies gross negligence and arrogance. At the risk of overusing a popular business phrase, this may be a huge paradigm shift. But reality in the business world, and most of you are business people, has shown innumerable times that without these paradigm shifts in our thinking, we stagnate, we go backwards, and in this case, we stink. We implore you, ladies and gentlemen, to have the guts to be cutting edge, proactive and forward thinking, and not be seduced by BFI's lucrative offers and promises. Thank you.
Thank you. We are down to about half a minute, and so you will be the last speaker.
Thank you. I'm Mary Ellen Crosby, and I'm chairman of Friends of O'Melveny Park. I'm not here as a resident of Granada Hills, but I am. I live on Van Gogh. I want to plead to all the councilmen. Remember when our big park, we're second largest to Griffith Park. Griffith Park once had a dump. It's no longer there. Do us the same courtesy. We bring children in from all over the city, from the inner city, from the valley. Every day school buses are brought in. And the kids come and they want to see squirrels and rabbits and birds. And our birds are leaving us, even the squirrels, and that's something I didn't think would ever happen because of the pollution. I could go into a lot more what's going on, but just think about our children of the generation. If this park is destroyed, it's the last natural park in the city of Los Angeles. Let's keep it that way, and let's let people enjoy it. Don't have it destroyed by dust and dirt and plastic bags. I've got a report here that the sanitation department, I guess I'm talking too loud, I'm getting a ring. But the sanitation department in well, anyway, they made a report when the dump was open before that they came in and found stuff littered all over the hills. The climbers go up there. It's a normal thing even now. And the new section, the city section is open, where the climbers go up and bring down plastic bags that they bring off the sides of the hills. They'll, BFI, if we call them, they'll send somebody out to get it out so the newspapers don't see pictures of it. But these people go up there weekly and bring it down the trash. So I'm just saying, think of our children, think of the next generation. Let's keep this park. Don't let BFI destroy that and all the animals in it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Crosby. That now closes the public hearing, and we'll start with Councilmember Mizikowski.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to ask the planning staff to come forward and perhaps discuss where we are on the agenda. We have two ordinances, A and B, but I'm going to move ordinance A.
Ms. Sikowski, I think we should have a report from the department and the planning department as well as the sanitation.
Okay. Bob Sutton for the City Planning Department. We prepared two ordinances for council's consideration based on the action of council on October 26th and on November 17th. There was a series of motions approved by this body. One motion having to do with condition 10D2. The last part of the sentence was dropped off. It's a clerical correction. We've given the corrected page to the clerk that says, "And the operator shall locate an alternative fuel refilling facility at the site to serve the needs of the landfill user." The reason we gave you two motions is the staff had some confusion on the part of the action at the last meeting in which we talked about a 10-year cap. It was unclear to staff whether that was a 10-year cap or a 10-year phasing check. So we have two motions. The motion that has a 10-year phasing is considered an 8-vote item because that's what, in keeping with the Planning Commission's action. The ordinance that has a 10-year cap would not be in keeping with Commission action and therefore requires a 10 votes. The differences basically is because the 10-year cap would decrease the capacity of the landfill, and therefore it was not the opinion that this was what the Commission approved. We are here to answer questions after that.
Drew, did you want to?
I'm here to respond
some of
to
the
the
charges about unsafe or whatever the.
Well, I think the original landfill, the Bureau of Sanitation was the local enforcement agency during the operation of the original landfill in the city area. And as that was before my time, but I understand that violations were issued because of blowing trash and other concerns about the operation of that landfill. And that's what I know.
All right, Ms. Sikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. In addition to what the Planning Department has reported, the council, as it's considered this item on a number of occasions, each time it has come to the council has added conditions. There are now a number of conditions different from and put forward by the community itself on this report, and perhaps the most significant one is the one that the council last added, which is to take the toughest stand, a very critical stand on the issue of diesel trucks at this landfill. And the city, for the first time, has required, and in the ordinance, is the requirement that the diesel trucks, as they are available and economically feasible within the next 3 years, shall be fully operating at this dump site and nothing else. The members of the community have spoken, talking about what we need to be leaders in recycling. The City of Los Angeles is a leader in recycling. We now recycle 47% of the trash generated in this city. Is that good enough? No. I agree with you. And as a consequence, the request, a suggestion, and demand, that's a legitimate one, about saying let's go further than our single-family homes and now require mandatory recycling in our multiple residential and more particularly in our commercial areas where they can do this item. That motion has been brought in, is going to the Environmental Quality Committee, and came out as a consequence of this discussion. There are, and as I said, more specifically, as a consequence of this discussion and the issues brought forward, the issue of diesel has been fully addressed, and the council is in the forefront on this particular case in making that recommendation. Based on those conditions and the added details, which are more specific here than in any other landfill operation in the city, I am moving that we, on second reading, approve ordinance A, 6A, and that's my motion.
All right, Mr. Bernstein.
Mr. President, members of the council, here we are again, and you can see by the outpour how this community feels about what they feel is an outrage, and I agree with them. I ask you, please, don't do this, okay? We don't, that's not helping our cause. I just want you to see some pictures that were taken this past week by people who live adjacent to this landfill, or this dump. I'm not going to call it a landfill, it's a dump. Here's a picture of the dust above the landfill. That was this week, that was the latter part of last week. This was Friday, okay? In fact, they had to close it down because of the dust. Now, I want to tell you something. This is not an operation in the city portion. This is just dust arising from what is now open in the county. Now, the city portion moves it closer to the homes, and I'm going to pass these pictures around so you can all see them. Here are two pictures taken from the landfill. This one is taken from the face of it. This is Van Orman Reservoir, okay? This is where all your water supply comes from. Can you see this? Look at it. I'm going to pass this one this way. Would you pass that one around? Here's another view. This is taken from the fill itself. There's the reservoir right below it. Now, you know, if you think that dust, and when you move it closer to these reservoirs, if you reopen the city portion, you're going to increase the closeness and the ability for these things to fly into your water supply. You know, you've heard all this. We've been through this a million times, and members of the council, I'm going to tell you that they have not done a proper research on the costs, on alternative costs. In fact, I have been told that the city has refused to talk to some of the other alternatives until Sunshine Canyon is decided. So they're not even looking at those as alternatives. They're looking at them, first they want to get this thing approved, and then they'll look at other things if we don't approve it, which is exactly the wrong way to go. We should be going the opposite way, looking at alternatives that don't impact schools, water supply, homes, O'Melveny Park, and a million other things that we should be considering as a council, such as other means of dealing with solid waste, which we haven't even talked about. I implore you not to approve this today. Thank you.
Mr. Wax.
Members of council, let me just address a few of the points that have been raised today. Mr. Funk and other people who are proponents of this have taken great pains to point out that this dump will have more conditions and more mitigating factors than any that we've had before us. That's not the issue. The fact of the matter is, members of the council, all the conditions in the world don't change the fact that you're putting a dump in someone's backyard. And neither Mr. Funk nor any of the other proponents of this, I dare say, would be willing to do the same thing in their own yard. The main issue before us is the next to last speaker, I think, was quite accurate. This council, this city, has an opportunity to be, as she said, forward-thinking, progressive, to look for new ways to solve urban problems, to find environmentally clean and safe ways to deal with our disposal, as opposed to taking the same old, simple, expedient way of taking care of our friends and not putting ourselves out to do something new and innovative. We've got a chance to have a dump-free city. We've got a chance to be a leader to be a leader in determining new ways to dispose of our waste. And instead of doing that, we're going back to the same old expedient way of doing the least amount. And that's not what this is about. That's not leadership, members of the council. There are alternatives. This is not rocket scientists. There are alternatives that are efficient, and there are alternatives which are acceptable if we have the will to pursue them, but we don't. And I think that this council is really losing a great opportunity to show it's capable of governing this city. This dump is going to be this city council's Belmont in the future, and a lot of you are going to be very embarrassed to have your hands on it.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do need a comprehensive policy on how to deal with our trash in this city, and we don't have it yet. There is a motion pending. I've introduced a motion that would mandate commercial and multifamily recycling, that would put a franchise on our private haulers so that they would clean up the way that they do business in the city, including eliminate the exhaust that's carcinogenic that they spew. We did adopt a motion with respect to Sunshine Canyon that I'm proud we did regarding the diesel issue, and yet, notwithstanding those motions, they aren't enough. Those are the beginnings of what we ought to be doing in the city and first steps. In this case, I would wager that most people who are here opposing this landfill might think differently if the city had truly explored all alternatives now. Not 5 years ago and attached numbers to what those analyses were, not 2 years ago, but right now. If people were to see that there was truly no alternative whatsoever, the debate would be very different. But no one has been presented with those choices. And because we haven't performed those analyses, notwithstanding our movement toward mandating recycling in commercial and multifamily, notwithstanding our crackdown on diesel, it's premature today to vote for this. It was premature before, and it's premature now. One of the motions before us would ask that we conduct a contemporary analysis right now of our choices and do an RFP and let the chips fall where they might. That's the way the city should do business on all matters. Explore the choices and let the chips fall where they might based on a clear-eyed direct analysis. We haven't done it here. We shouldn't be voting to support this today. Notwithstanding tough conditions, it's not the time.
Mrs. Chick.
Yes, in listening to all of the speakers today and earlier, including my colleagues, I have to keep going back to two original questions in terms of how can I vote to do this today when not very many years ago I, along with my colleagues, voted to close another landfill also in the San Fernando Valley. And how can I, and also in answering the question, how can I support this when I know when I answer honestly the question, would I be fighting this in my own community or in my own district? And I know the answer is yes. Quickly in response to a few things that we have discussed here, colleagues. In terms of saying we have to have a place to dump our trash, we have to find a way to do it that is cost effective, there is no disagreement here. What the disagreement is all about is if we've come up with the thoughtful, right answer. And just the fact that every time this has come back, we impose new mitigations is, to me, proof that we've got a very serious problem issue before us, and everyone's in agreement that it's a problem, and everyone's in agreement that we need to do everything possible to make it better. If we are going to do everything possible to deal with our trash in a cost-effective and responsible way, then we will not be voting on this today. And it is why I, along with another of my colleagues, weeks ago introduced a motion that said we have got to explore fully and compare apples to apples all of the alternatives. This is not just a land use decision. This is, in fact, awarding a very lucrative long-term contract to someone, to an agency, and by the way, we need good operators, and we've got a good operator. But are we going the best route? We can't know that today. Just as in other contracts where we debate, is this in the best interest of the public? Have we gone out to competitive bid? Have we looked at everything we should look at? The answer on this one today has to be no, we haven't, and we need to. Thank you.
Ms. Galanter.
You know, we've delayed these kinds of decisions a number of times, and we can certainly delay them again, but the decisions are not going to get any easier at the end of the delay. Depending how long the delay is, the only issue is that some people may have moved on to other careers, and there'll be new people sitting in these seats. But the issue is still with us, and it's got to be at least 10 years ago that I introduced a motion, as long as we're competing here for who introduced which motions. I introduced one at least 10 years ago to require that all commercial buildings have space on their loading docks to accommodate recycling containers so that it would be possible, it would be physically possible to manage recycling in commercial buildings. I will bet you anything that that's still somewhere in the code studies section. And if we don't have everything we need in order to implement all of the programs that we need, but we continue to churn out garbage all the time anyway. And there isn't a person in this city who doesn't generate waste that is not recyclable. We try to minimize that every way we can. I certainly hope everybody tries to minimize it. Sometimes we're successful, sometimes we're not. We're not always so successful even here in the council chamber, although we're getting much better. But the fact is that the decision won't get any easier. I have received a lot of mail on this. I have read tons of paper reports, letters in favor, letters against, and I've really tried to sort through these arguments. And the main two arguments that I have heard for alternatives, besides Mr. Bernson's favorite of the Reviving the Lancer project, is that we institute citywide recycling. Now, I'm in favor of instituting citywide recycling, but I'll tell you something, it doesn't happen overnight. We didn't get to 47% diversion rate nearly quickly enough. And if you can't bring the trucks into the hotels or the apartment buildings because there's not enough room to put the recycling containers, it'll take a while to get there. So that's one of the alternatives. I'm all in favor of anything we can do to further that effort, but it's going to take a while. The other major alternative that's been proposed is put it in somebody else's backyard. Put it on the San Bernardino Freeway or on the train route, if we have a train route, and dump it in someone else's yard. And we know, and you've all pointed out to me, that some of the landfill operators in other counties would like to have it. But that doesn't mean that the people in those counties either want to take our trash, they have their own trash to deal with, or that they want to share the freeways and commuter hour with the trash trucks. And we've I think, made an effort here that I feel confident this and future councils will continue to try to make progress on all of these things, to make progress on getting rid of diesel fuel, to make progress on developing more efficient garbage trucks, to do a better recycling program, but we're not there yet. And one of the most painful lessons I have learned in my years on this council is that everything takes longer than you think it's going to, no matter how good your intentions are. So I appreciate everybody's concern. I think that landfills are uncomfortable and a nuisance, and let me tell you about sewage treatment plants. My district has the largest sewage treatment plant in the city, and it does a great job, and we have spent a lot of money to make it a better plant. We haven't said we don't want to take the sewage from the rest of the city. We've said we want to do it and do it right. It cost us all a lot of money. The public supported it, but there's a sewage treatment plant, and the neighbors don't like that either. So I don't think we have too many real choices here today, no matter how much we wish it were true. Thank you all for your considerate attention.
Mr. Wax.
The only other point that I wanted to raise is because there isn't an urgency, and yes, Ms. Galanter is right, It won't get any easier. But I think that just about every member of this council, if not every member, probably at least 3/4 of the members of the council, have gone to the site with BFI representatives. Why don't we at least delay this and go back to the site with the people and see their side of it before we vote? I'd like to move that we continue this for 30 days, have a meeting in the community, and all of us go and visit the site with the people as well as the developer.
Okay. Anyone else want to be heard? We have Mr. Wax's motion to continue. All right, ask for a no vote on that. Prepare the roll. Tabulate the vote.
5 ayes, 9 noes.
That failed. Now we have a substitute motion.
Item number 7 should probably be voted on first, since that's...
Right.
And there's a substitute motion on item number 7. It's Councilmember Bernson's.
All right, prepare the roll on the substitute motion. Mr. Burnson, ask for a no vote. Tabulate the vote.
7 ayes, 7 noes.
That failed. The next item.
Item number 7, also there's 7A. It's an amending motion, Councilmember Burnson, and seconded by Councilmember Fuhr and Padilla.
This would delay consideration.
It's moving that the, prior to the opening, that the landfill owners be required to contract with an independent third party to determine health impacts, and also that the independent health survey should include but not be limited to concerns about impacts to respiratory systems, cancer, potential aerial contamination, and the water supply at MDW Jensen Filtration Plant and the DWP LA Reservoir. And it should be evaluated by the Environmental Affairs Department with the assistance of the County Health Department at the expense of the applicant. It's 7A. It's Councilmember Bernson's amending motion.
Jack, once you can find the motions over there, see if there's any motions.
Mr. Deaton.
See if there's any on there.
I think this would change the,
Yeah, check this one.
we would go back to a first reading ordinance again. We would go back to a first reading ordinance. Excuse me? This take 8 votes. This would be an amendment to 6A or 6B. And then if 6, depending on, you would then, one of those ordinances will be an 8 vote and one will be a 6 vote. But to amend takes 8 votes. But this would amend the ordinance before you that's now second reading.
So the ordinance would then go back to the first reading.
That's right.
But, excuse me, Mr. Council, Mr. President, I'm sorry, I'm not sure, maybe planning can, that this actually amends, Mr. Deaton, the ordinance itself?
If it doesn't, what requirement do we have of, what do we have in order to ensure that in fact, that I assume that if we took this action, we would want to be sure that the contractor would in fact do this. The only way I think that we have that, not having a contract they would do this, is a Q condition.
Are you asking that this then become a Q condition to be added to the
If it doesn't, it has no teeth, and I'm assuming that they want teeth to it.
Okay.
All right, my question was, is there anything that would prevent us, if this were not added to the ordinance, is there anything to prevent the council adopting and implementing a health survey anyway, separate from the ordinance?
Not if we were willing to pay for it.
Okay.
Ms. Goldberg?
And if we pass this, this delays the vote, is that what you're telling me, a week?
2 things. One is if you vote to make this a Q condition, which would imply that we would want BFI Allied, in fact, to do this, that would require a change in the ordinance.
Okay, and that holds it over.
And that would be, then would be a modification.
Could we pass this as a direction to the department to put it into a contract, requiring it?
Well,
No, we
no.
can't. I'm just, 'cause
The only thing that we could do for sure to make sure this is we could in fact pay for such a thing ourselves, short of if it is not a part of the planning process. No, that's,
Okay.
Okay. All right, prepare the roll on 7A. Ask for no vote. Ask for no vote. Tabulate the vote.
6 ayes, 9 noes.
That failed. Now what do we have?
You have item number 7. You have the 2 motions that are on the agenda. You have 7A, which is a Wax-Burnson motion to delay council consideration for the zone change and direct Public Works to prepare an RFP to dispose city waste outside city limits, not posing the same environmental hazards.
basically this would put the ordinance over until such time as that RFP was completed.
All right, prepare the roll. Ask for no vote. Tabulate the vote.
5 ayes, 10 noes.
That is
You have
Now-
7B.
7B. You want to explain that one?
This is just essentially that the ordinance would be put on the desk until other council items urging, it would just be an indefinite delay. A report.
Prepare the roll.
Okay.
Ask for no vote. Tabulate the vote.
6 ayes, 9 noes.
That failed. The next item,
Item number 6, item number 6A, moved by Councilmember Miskowski.
all right, prepare the roll on item 6A.
Would you please behave yourselves?
Item 6A is before us.
Hold it, what is before us?
Item 6A.
6A, wait a second, just a moment. Okay.
Now,
Prepare the roll on
You and I vote
6A.
on that. It's a 10-year review.
Prepare the roll on 6A. No, 6A.
Yeah.
6A is the ordinance
It's a 10-year review.
amended by the council action on the November 17th to impose a 10-year cap.
No, this is- 6A is the 10-year phase review. 6B is the 10-year cap.
But
6A requires 8 votes, 6B requires 10 votes.
All right.
But
Point of order.
What is your
Point of order? You're trying to get yourself another no vote over here, being real cute about this. Fact of the matter is, why would 6B require a 10 vote?
Because it changes the action of the...
Wait. Why?
Can we have, the city attorney can answer that?
Well, this is really a call for planning because it is their decision whether they sign off on it or not, in which case if they don't, if it's consistent, then it's an 8-vote item. If they feel that the ordinance is not consistent, then it becomes a 10-vote item with the previous action of the commission.
Mr. President, on that intent, the make of the motion, I'm going to cast a no vote, and I'll tell you why. The county has a 6-year cap because that's all the land they've set aside for the purpose of dumping on, period, according to the agreement thus far. Now, if they got a 6-year, and you're going to give them 20, 30 years that they have an option to dump in the city, then that's ludicrous and stupid. So you better don't get real cute on this one, because that's what you're doing. If it's a 10-year cap, the motion was a 10-year cap, and you don't need 10 votes. The fact of the matter is that we asked for cameras to monitor the operation there because there's some belief that somebody will not play by the rules. Once the rights is granted, you have a condition, you have a joint powers agreement you have to sign with the county later on. Don't give away everything, my dear friends. We won't be here. You bet we won't be here, but my God. That's right, and some of you are saying you won't even be alive. But the fact of the matter is that, Mr. President, I mean, somebody asked me to get out of my sick bed to come down here. I think they made a mistake. I am not, if you tell me that that's what it is, now you guys done rewrote the language and you reinterpreted it, then just look for another no vote up there. I'm saying it needs 8 votes, and that's it. That's for the cap. The cap says, no, not 20 plus years, 10 year. Pardon?
Yeah. Mr. President, point of order, please.
10A is the
6A.
review, and that was not, the 10B is. No, the 10A is the review. But you're giving them the total number of years.
Not until we vote on it.
Well.
All right, okay, Mr. Fuhrer.
Yeah, I have a point of order, please. With regard to 6A and 6B, does voting for either of these include an affirmative vote to expand Sunshine Canyon, or are these separate from that underlying action?
This is the actual ordinance to approve Sunshine Canyon.
All right, so I need, let me just finish, please. I had thought that as with the diesel motion, which we approved before, that Mr. Holden's intent was, no matter how you vote on the underlying action, impose this cap were the thing subsequently to be approved. Now, that's different from what I'm being told now, which is why I rose to ask for clarification. Isn't Mr. Holden's action independent of the underlying action, contingent on it, but independent of it?
Mr. Holden's action is included as part of the ordinance 6B. What 6B does, for all intents and purposes, it limits the capacity of Sunshine Canyon, therefore it is not in keeping with the commission action.
No, but I'm asking a different question. By voting for either 6A or 6B, in addition to the caps, aren't you also voting, isn't one also voting to approve the expansion?
Yes.
And my point of order is, I thought Mr. Holden's intent, I don't want to speak for you, Nate, was to separate those two issues, that these would go independent of the underlying action.
Point of order.
And that's what I'm asking happen today.
Point of order.
Mr. Burnson?
Yes. It's my understanding that if you vote, because even those of us who are opposed would certainly want to have some kind of a cap or limitation on it, that this would not be the final vote. Anybody who wants to put a cap on here could vote for that and then vote no on the overall ordinance. Is that not correct?
That's not correct.
No. Point
Yeah,
of
and
order.
that's-
Not correct?
That's what I'm trying to get to happen.
Say why? Point of order, if I can explain what happened. As you recall,
No,
last time...
I want the city attorney to opine on this.
This one or a different?
Yeah, now,
Claudia Culling, City Attorney's Office. When you voted last time this matter was up, you voted on a motion to amend the zoning ordinance, to add a Q condition that was in Mr. Holden's motion for a 10-year cap. The planning department was not sure whether they understood what that 10-year cap was, so they prepared 2 ordinances. The 10-year cap on operation requires 10 votes because they felt that was not consistent. It's not a separate action, and cannot be. It's a Q condition attached to the zone change ordinance.
can you not vote yes on a cap and vote no on the ordinance?
No, she's saying
No, you've already had that vote.
So in other words, you're saying it's already been done?
You've already adopted that motion of Councilman Holden's, and now what you have in front of you is the underlying zone change ordinance with the Q condition.
What have we been going through all this for?
Point of order.
No,
If I could, if the council, as we had this last time, we asked that every motion that was considered that was amending the ordinance be amended into the ordinance so that it would be second reading as it came back. So that's what we have today, the second reading coming back with all of the motions that we had asked for. One with a full 10-year cap, which the commission, the department has said needs 10 votes, and the other was the 10-year cap review for phasing in. And so that's an 8-vote item, the other is 10, but both are the ordinance second reading.
Let me
So
see
in
if I-
other words, the
wait,
ordinance has already been
Hello,
approved.
can I have a chance
First
now?
reading.
Yeah,
As
that's
I
right.
understand it, and someone will correct me if I'm wrong, the only difference between A and B is with respect to what the council believes Mr. Holden's amendment meant. That what we have is 2 identical ordinances that have amended everything in. The way it was explained to me, because I had the same question, is that the planning department felt that it was unclear and is asking, in effect, giving the council the opportunity today, by passing one or the other, to
That's correct.
clarify whether it means a
Basic-
10-year review or a 10-year
But
cap.
may I just interrupt for 1 second? The problem with that analysis is that when all of us voted last time on Mr. Holden's motion, we were able to vote on that in isolation from, independently of the underlying action. And by subsequently saying, we don't know
No.
what you meant, council, but not giving us the choice anymore, we are changing where we were the last time.
No,
No,
if I
no,
might-
because you can't
Let's
vote.
see if
Point of
Mr.
order.
Let's,
If I might,
Clarification.
if I might just
see if Mr.
explain.
Deaton can explain this.
Okay. What you had before you last time was the ordinance, first reading ordinance. You considered a series of actions.
Right,
One
prior
of-
to the thing. Prior to the...
As a part of the thing.
Yeah, but
Let him finish, will you,
Okay,
Mr.
just a
Field,
second.
please?
As a part of the thing, there were motions to change the ordinance. Some passed, some failed. All of them that passed are in these two ordinances. The only difference between these two ordinances is there was a misunderstanding, not a clarification, there needed to be a clarification of whether or not it was in the case of B, did the 10-year cap really mean a cap on all operations and it ended, or was the 10-year a cap review at the end of that 10 years?
Did the ordinance pass? The ordinance on the zoning, was that passed?
That passed.
That was already passed.
That was passed on first
So-
reading.
So the only thing, this is important, Mike, let me get this point
Yeah,
in.
so-
in other words, the only way we can defeat this thing.
Totally.
Is
Is
to
vote no on both.
To vote
Yes.
no on both.
That's right.
But Ron, here's...
Goldberg,
here's-
you have a question?
I was just going to make that clarification,
but-
that you've already won the point that there'll either be a review or a cap. Now, the question is which of the two?
No, but see, Jackie, here's the problem. The problem is that as with the diesel motion was treated identically procedurally to this one last time. It was voted on independently of the underlying action. We voted for it, and so was this. The problem today is that what we thought we were voting on last time was what is now called B, the cap. By saying that there's a question of interpretation, but by saying there's now a question of interpretation,
Well-
we are precluded from having that choice today without doing the underlying action again.
Let me ask
No.
the question of the chair then. Is it appropriate, since there was a maker and seconder of the motion, to ask them, since it was Holden and Burnson, to ask them what their motion was? And
Well,
to
if I might.
vote on just the one that they said it was? I mean, they made the motion, we all voted on it.
Actually, the problem, Mr. President, was in discussion with various council members, there was not clarity on what was voted on. And so,
I was under the impression of the 10-year cap that Mr. Holden, 10-year cap,
in any event, in discussions with council members, and planning department had the same concern, that the issue was either A or B. All the other conditions you acted on are included in A and B. If there are not 8 votes for either one of them, it's over.
Okay, let's,
No, if there are 8 votes on one, on the other is
If there
a
wasn't
10.
10 votes on the
Yeah.
other,
okay.
One is a review and one is a cap.
that's, one is a
That's
cap.
the difference.
I gotta say
But
something,
the ordinance is already passed. That's what we were not
First
all aware
Amendment,
of.
first reading ordinance on both A and B are passed. You now are at second reading ordinance. If you agree that it
And the
was a
reason,
cap,
and the reason that A only requires 8 votes is because of the fact that it doesn't change basically the original motion.
right, and therein lies some of the
And
clarity.
Mr. Holden's
because-
argument is that it is exactly the motion that he made, and just because you want clarity on it,
I
that's
understand.
his argument.
However, in that discussion, in that debate,
All right, let's-
there was no
let's-
discussion
let's
the
hear
fact
from-
they would have to go back to the commission.
Let's hear from Mr. Holden.
Mr. President, members, Mr. Fuhr is correct. If you require 10 votes to adopt the cap, you need 10 votes if you're going to change the ordinance for the truck amendment as well. And you're not saying that. After we voted for a 10-year cap, it was specifically discussed on the council floor why it was being introduced. And I already said it once, the county has a built-in 6-year cap because that's the only amount of land they have set aside to dump at the rate that they're accepting to dump the trash, 6 years. So why should we give, and that argument was made, 20, 30 years? Okay, so, all right, let's be a little flexible and have 10 years. When you start discussing your joint powers agreement with the county, then of course, the city and the county can begin to make some adjustments on both sides down the road. But when you say, no, this is a review, What you're doing is throwing the first vote out of the window. You're coming back and doing exactly what you wanted to do in the first place, which means the votes don't mean nothing around here if somebody can get to them. That is wrong. And I tell you that it's wrong. If you don't have a 10-year cap, you got nothing.
All right, Mr. Hernandez.
Mr. President, I kind of raise a point of order because I was one of those council members who, when I took my action and cast my vote, I thought we were voting on the cameras and the length of time the cameras was going to be there. I don't recall any debate on the cap for 10 years as part of that motion. And that's why I was trying to get some clarity on what we were trying to do. And that's what I thought was before us today.
Give us a copy of the motion. Could the clerk read a copy of the motion?
I mean, I think we also have tapes of the debates, Mr. Holden.
Yeah, clerk, read the copy of the motion, then we can review the tape if you choose. You can put it over until tomorrow,
All right,
till Friday, and review the tape.
Mr. Burnson.
Members of the council, basically, we're in a little bit of a dilemma. As much as I oppose the landfill, if I vote yes on either one of these items, I'm voting to approve the landfill, the ordinance. And that's what the city attorney has ruled. I'm going to ask for a no vote. As much as I would like to put some kind of a cap on here, it's wrong, but I cannot vote yes to open the landfill, and a yes vote on either one of A or B accomplishes that. So I'm asking for a no vote on both of these items. That, in fact, will stop the landfill.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Prepare the roll on. We're going to vote on 6A first. Ms. Stokowski.
I want the clerk to read the motion before you vote, Mr. President.
Read the motion.
I move that the matter of Sunshine Canyon landfill, item 8 on today's council agenda, Council File 991119, be amended to require the permittee to install video monitoring equipment at the site to ensure compliance with conditions of operation and to impose a 10-year cap on the operations of this landfill under the current action.
That's what they voted on.
That was the motion.
That was the motion. That's what they voted on. So now, planning is trying to change it.
Now we have the ordinance.
Boy, these guys are weak.
The ordinance, that include, is that in the ordinance, Mr. Deaton?
6A has in it a 10-year review cap, and in 6B has a 10-year cap.
Okay. All right, prepare the roll on 6A. Prepare the roll on 6A. Tabulate the vote.
8 ayes, 7 noes.
That is approved. Now, is there a need for, well, let's vote on B. Prepare the roll on B.
This is an alternative.
Tabulate the vote.
4 ayes, 11 noes.
Yeah. All right. That, huh?
It's over.
Well, it was defeated.
So it failed, right?
Okay. The next item,
Mr. President, do you wish to do item number 9?
yeah. We're going to have a few minutes recess. can't get in. And look at here.
Oh, yeah, he represents, he was in commission today, that's Lady. This is our guy, David DeFore.
No, we have to have a public hearing on
Yeah.
that, but we don't have to have a public hearing on the other bill. On the 6th. I mean 9.
Well, you're gonna take them up concurrently.
Yeah. Yeah, wait. Will the council please come to order? Will the council please come to order?
Yeah.
Sergeant, would you help me?
When I call you, where do you stand to speak?
All right. Members of the council, we have item number 9, and we have a special meeting on the environmental report. So, wait a minute, Hal. Huh? Yeah, call the roll for the special meeting.
Burnson, Chick, Fuhr, Galanter, Goldberg, Hernandez, Holden, Miskowski, Pacheco, Padilla, Ridley, Thomas, Warner, Truex, Walters, Ferraro, 14 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
All right, we're going to take up the special and the item number 9 together. Special 1, there's a need for a public hearing, so we'll call the public hearing. William DeVac, and then David DeFore. William DeVac, did you want to be heard?
I was at the podium, sir. Mr. President, honorable members of the council, William Delvac of Latham and Watkins on behalf of House of Blues Hilltop Concerts. I have.
We're taking 9 and special 1
and I want to
together.
be heard on both.
Yeah, well, go ahead. You better start talking.
I have a letter that's being handed in from myself and from my client regarding this matter. Mr. President, honorable members of the council, I must start by telling you that I am just completely confused and shocked as to what the city is doing here today. Just this morning at Cultural Affairs Commission, after spending 20 days reviewing the negative declaration that was issued by the city Department of Recreation and Parks, today for the first time the city has produced a new and different negative declaration with changes. This is a complete and total aberration of the CEQA process. This new negative declaration needs to be recirculated in the manner required by law for 30 days. Let me go to the heart of the matter. CEQA prohibits the city from adopting a negative declaration if there's any chance of a substantial adverse change in the significance of a historic resource or any substantial possibility of substantial adverse effects on other environmental qualities. The comments that were submitted to the lead agency, the department, yesterday contain a 4-foot high stack of different issues, and the city has not yet reviewed those comments. In fact, I'm just curious if any council member has been provided our comments that we submitted to the department. Apparently not, because this morning at Cultural Affairs Commission, our comments also had not been reviewed. The city is taking the wrong process. The Cultural Affairs Commission is not the lead agency. It's the Department of Recreation and Parks, and that's the department and the commission that must approve this. Most importantly of all, apart from CEQA, the city is leaving $1 million of economic benefit for the kids and the parks on the table. House of Blues has submitted an offer that substantially exceeds the economics of the agreement before you. There is no reason to violate the charter, which clearly requires competitive bidding. The charter, your city attorney advised the department that the charter would be violated if this agreement is approved. In fact, in 1996, as the record we've submitted to you, Nederlander had asked for a similar extension. In 1996 was rejected. Interestingly, that offer was better than the one you're about to approve today. This is the single worst process we've seen the city ever undertake on a project. Thank you very much.
David DeFore.
Thank you. I am David DeFore, and I'm current president of the Greek Theater Advisory Committee, sometime known as GTAC. And GTAC is an advisory committee to Rec and Park staff and the commission. We have the responsibility of monitoring the health of the Greek Theater, overseeing operations, and recommending changes and improvements. For the past 2 years, I have been on the RFP committee, and we are supportive of the RFP process. However, because of the long-standing delays, we are now faced with an urgent time constraints and now have a limited window of opportunity to have the sewage pipe replaced, the bathrooms completely redone, including a number of stalls being added, 93 added. The concession facilities will be expanded, dressing rooms will be added, a second loading dock will be built, and the deck of the theater will be waterproofed. However, no additional seats will be added to the Greek Theater. These improvements can be started now and can be ready in time for the Greek Theater's 70th anniversary next summer. We believe that it is impractical to proceed with the RFP process now and wait 2, maybe 3 more years until these improvements, these much-needed improvements, to be started. The benefits of the Greek Theater can be realized now. And in addition, the Nederlander proposed new 5-year lease extension allows the city to save approximately $1,080,000 in expenses such as traffic control, additional police, utilities, and maintenance over the next 2 years, including a retroactive to the past season, which is in their proposal. In other words, the $1,080,000 is what the city will spend over the next 3 years, including this past season, under the current Nederlander lease. And lastly, the new 5-year lease proposal adds the living wage condition, including retroactive provision for this past season for workers at the Greek. In conclusion, the $5 million capital improvement funds proposed by the Nederlander extension will be used starting now, plus the increase in rent will bring the estimated total funds pledged to over $13 million. With the extended lease, the RFP process will begin in a mere 4 years. I urge the City Council to vote in favor of the Nederlander extension. Thank you.
Members of the council, item number 9, we've had public hearings on that, and if there's no objections, we'll have a 5-minute public hearing on each side. Juliet Kipperman. What is your point?
Or a point of information. I am holding the agenda for the special meeting, which speaks only to the negative deck. And I'm questioning whether it's in order for us to hear an item from the regular agenda in sync with or in conjunction with an item from the special agenda, the special meeting. It's always been my understanding that if you have a special meeting, you can only conduct items that are on that agenda. And if you have a regular meeting, you can only conduct items or hear items that are on that agenda.
The city attorney indicated that these should be concurrent.
They can be concurrent. Where is the city attorney? Is Mrs. Weingart around? I'd like to hear that ruling.
Mark, you want to,
I'm sorry.
My question is, can we hear in a special meeting an item that's not on the agenda of the special meeting, but only on the agenda of the regular meeting?
We are holding what we're doing in this particular case because they are so closely concerned. We are holding the special meeting concurrently with the item number 9 on the regular agenda. So we are having item 9. We will vote first on the special meeting item, and then we will take a vote on the other, but we can hold them together. That's why we opened the special meeting now.
Okay, so it is in order. Thank you very much.
thank you, Mrs.
You're
Walters.
welcome.
Okay. We'll start this. Would you give me a 5-minute deal on Juliet Kipperman,
Yes.
and then Marilyn Bush?
Good morning, Mr. President, council members. My name is Juliet Kipperman. I live on Vermont Avenue, a block from the Greek Theater. I've been a member of the Greek Theater Task Force, which was formed by Mr. Steve Soberoff, which conducted a 90-day study, the purpose of which was to provide the foundation for an RFP, which would then go out for competitive bidding. A majority of the community supports an open bidding process. Council members, what if the Greek Theater was in your district and your community strongly supported an open bidding process? Most importantly, the city charter and administrative code require it. It's the law of the land. I don't get it. This should be an easy decision. Please, council members, have the courage to vote with your conscience, not political expediency. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Marilyn Bush. I live in the community of the Greek Theater, in fact, one house off of Commonwealth. I was a member of the Greek Theater Advisory Council for 5 years, a member of the Greek Theater Task Force, chairperson of Youth at the Greek on several occasions. And by and large, I want you to take into consideration that Nederlander has consistently and increasingly, year after year, ignored the intent of the Greek Theater to be a cultural performing vehicle. We have gone from ballet to hard rock. The fans that follow the items that are booked at the Greek Theater are a major concern to the community. Venues that are appropriate for this kind of audience participation are not in the middle of a residential neighborhood at the foot of the Griffith Park. Let us have the opportunity as a community that an RFP would give both the city as well as the neighborhood. Let us be able to find out the truth of what other operators would bring to the Greek Theater. Nederlander has resisted year after year, even allowing the youth of our city to perform at the Greek. They have complained endlessly about the fact that they didn't make enough money. They've made $1 million net year after year and refused to book anything that had anything to do with the cultural enrichment of the city of Los Angeles. Please, I beg you to consider again and have an RFP. This timeline that won't be met and all of this hysteria by the current Greek Theater Advisory Council is red herring. Don't pay attention to it. Thank you.
Mary Rodriguez.
Hello, thank you for having me here. I would like to give my time to Charlotte DeArmond, my good friend and mentor.
Mr. President, members of the City Council, my name is Charlotte DeArmond. I am here as president of the Los Feliz Improvement Association. I am not going to repeat what I've already said to you in writing about the position of the Los Feliz Improvement Association. I am here to say loud and clear that the fact that this item is on the agenda today is proof to me, to LFIA, and I'm sure everybody in this room, that there are 8 votes to pass. If those 8 votes pass, what is happening is that for, I hope the first time, a concessionaire of the City of Los Angeles is calling the shots, and the city is walking, dancing, whatever you will, to the tune of concessionaire instead of in conformity with the city's own laws, own administrative regulations. If you vote to pass this today, I sincerely hope for all of Los Angeles that you have already worked out enough in the way of mitigation that the precedent you are setting here by letting a concessionaire tell you what to do, that you have protected the city so that we don't have ramifications from this precedent following us in every department of this city. As Juliet Kipperman said, vote with your conscience, because what you are doing is setting a precedent for this city for which you may have a great debt to pay in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. That completes the 5 minutes. Now those in favor, we have several unions. Would they, Madeline Janice Aparicio? And then Thomas McAteer.
Madeline Janice Aparicio with the Living Wage Coalition. I want to clarify the living wage issue in this very contentious discussion. And we care about the interests of these 300 workers who are providing an essential service at the Greek. There are about 300 workers. A small percentage of them are the technical workers who are represented by IATSE and unionized. The rest are under the living wage. And many of them are actually employed by subcontractors, so there's some complicated employment relationships. The existing lease, which doesn't expire until basically 2002, doesn't include either living wage or worker retention. We estimate that each worker would be entitled to about $1,500 per season starting now. Now, I just want to say that about 6 months ago, we went to Nederlander because we've been monitoring a lot of these long-term leases that don't expire, that basically were in existence prior to living wage and don't expire for a while. And the Greek is one of those. We went to Nederlander and we said, we'd like you to provide living wage back to now rather than wait till 2002 for yourself and your subcontractors. And they said, since it's not in the existing agreement, we'll do it if we can get our 5-year extension. And that seemed reasonable to us. So at this point, we think that the absolute best deal for these 300 workers is to approve this extension, which will make these much-needed improvements. And for these workers, we'll give them starting April 1999 rather than 2002, or rather than some nebulous promise. If Universal maybe gets the bid, they'll pay it now. So we urge you to approve this extension.
Thomas McAteer, and then Maureen Gorson.
I'm Thomas McAleer, and I am the treasurer of Local 33, the stagehands in Los Angeles, and we have contracts with both entities that are bidding for this project. Both are very good union employers, have been for years. That's Universal and the Nederlanders. Our main concern is that the idea of going for an RFP, we don't know exactly where that's going to be heading. Oftentimes in an RFP process, what that demands is other changes. This particular platform specifies that they're not going to be tearing up the stage house, tearing it down, redoing it, which could shut down employment for our members for possibly a year or maybe even 2. We would like very much to look at what an RFP basically would involve, and generally what that involves is some effort to make a major or drastic change, some effort to try to find more money out of what is already there, and then that generally reflects in larger ticket prices, longer contract extensions. Generally it adds up to more problems for labor in that issue. I think that we know what we have with this extension. I think that it's imperative that we look at the extension for what it will do for the patrons and for the people that work there, and I'm very much in favor of the extension for Nederlander. Thank you.
Thank you. Maureen Jorson, and then Miguel Contreras.
Hello, I'm Maureen Gorson with the law firm of Weston Benschoof representing Nederlander Greek. Prior to joining Weston Benschoof for 5 years, I was the general counsel of the California Resources Agency, where my responsibilities were to revise the CEQA guidelines and provide CEQA advice to all state and local agencies. We also had the State Historic Preservation Officer within the Resources Agency. I've read the mitigated neg deck that was publicly available for 20 days, and the comments that were submitted on it, and the 9 technical studies that support the mitigated neg deck. And I believe that the Department of Rec and Parks has exhaustively studied all the potentially significant impacts, and it has created a defensible document. Thank you.
All right, Miguel Contreras.
John Barton from the LA County Federation of Labor, speaking on behalf of Miguel Contreras. I don't believe I have anything to say that all of you don't already know, which is that we have 300 workers out at the Greek right now who are making below $7 an hour. If Nederlander does not get the extension, they could be waiting another year, possibly 2 years, to get $1 or more additionally in their pockets. We think that these workers deserve to get the living wage now and not have to wait for another year or 2. The extension would grant over 300 workers the opportunity to receive the living wage, so we at the County Federation of Labor strongly support the extension for Nederlander. Thank you.
Thank you. That completes the 5 minutes, so the public hearing is now closed. I know, but we had public hearings before, and we restricted it to 5 minutes today. Can we get a report from the Recreation Parks Department, please?
Mr. President, I would move an additional 5 minutes on each side so the people can speak. We listened to the previous issue, practically everybody that was here, and I think we need to do the same thing on this one.
Okay. All right, is there any objections or another 5 minutes? Seeing none. All right, what is your name? Janet Sherman? Do you want to come forward? Huh? Okay, you take the microphone. Start the 5 minutes over.
I don't think I'll need 5 minutes.
No, that's not only for you. There's
Oh,
other.
okay. Gee whiz.
Your name, Janet Sherman?
Janet Sherman, and I live on Hillhurst, which is a direct road to the Greek. So I have been aware of everything going on. I've lived there for 9 years. I first would like to say that I am for a renegotiated contract, if that calls for open bidding, I mean, whatever the procedure is. However, there are a few things that I think have to be pointed out. When the previous owner of the lease, 25 years ago, had events like ballet and opera, the house was usually empty. And I know this because I'm in the theater, and our box offices always got calls saying that there were comps available. We don't get those calls anymore. The Nederlanders have built up the audience. The fact that there is no great audience for the ballet is not the Nederlanders' fault. In general, I have found that conditions have improved. They take time. They take money, and of course, there are always the contract doesn't call for things. But in general, I know on my corner, where the audience leaves every single night, generally, things are much better. We have much better supervision. We have a dispersal so that and that's with the help of the police department, so that all the audience is not leaving on just one or two streets. They have other ways to go, which has helped tremendously. And the Nederlander management at the Greek has been more than cooperative. I do have to give one caveat about myself. I have been in the theater, legitimate theater in Los Angeles since I moved here. I know many, many people in the Nederlander organization, and for 1 month, I worked in the organization. This has nothing to do with my feelings towards any of those people. It has to do with my knowledge of legitimate theater. Thank you.
Velas?
Mr. President, council members, Marcos Vallejos, Latham and Watkins. For the record, we have submitted over 5,000 signatures from members of the community who oppose a Greek theater contract extension without a competitive bid process and without environmental review. In addition, House of Blues Hilltops Concerts has offered to pay the city more rent and offer workers living wage. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else in opposition that wants to be heard? Seeing none, then the public hearing is closed. Unless you want to hear some more from the support, Mrs. Walters. Okay. All right, we'll make, can we get a report from the Recreation and Parks Department now?
Yes, good morning. Ellen Oppenheim, General Manager of Recreation and Parks. To familiarize you with the capital improvement projects planned and to provide you with the most current information on the project, we have 3 brief presentations for you. First, I'm going to ask Roger Ciccone, President of the Luckman Partnership, to review the capital improvement plan with you. Then Linda Barth of the department staff will speak about the mitigated negative declaration. And third, John Dugan will provide you with some comments on the amended and restated lease. So with that, Roger, would you please review the capital improvement program?
The Greek Theater is located on Vermont in the Griffith Park area. It was built in 1930, and in 1959, added to it was a ticket office just in front of it. And in the late 80s or mid-80s, this addition was added to also. What we are proposing is on my left, on the table on my left, there are 2 boards. One of them shows the Greek today, and the other one shows the historic Greek built in 1930. What we are proposing is to restore the Greek theater to the 1930 design. Also, on the main structure,
I did not hear the person's names and affiliations that Ms. Oppenheim gave when she introduced them.
Yeah,
is this gentleman from the Recreation Park staff?
I am.
Let me speak to that for a moment. Ms. Walters, this is Roger Ciccone, who is president of the Luckman Partnership that has done the design for the capital improvements. We thought it would be helpful for you because the mitigated declaration has to do with the specifics of the design.
Did the Luckman Partnership do the design for Nederlander or for the city, Recreation and Parks?
They did design for the project, which was contained in Nederlander's proposal, and it has incorporated the restroom work, which the city had previously planned.
Then I object, Mr. President, to having a representative of the company of Nederlander who's trying to get the bid to sit here at the table with staff and make a presentation.
Okay,
we could ask Delvac and Latham and Watkins to come
I agree
up
with
here.
you, Mrs. Walters, and I didn't realize, I thought he was with the Recreation and Parks Department, so can we have somebody else explain what is being proposed?
Right, and I would ask that the man remove himself from
Yeah.
the table and take his charts with him.
Well, I don't know if we take the charts, I think the charts, we should see the charts.
So, I would like, if his charts are going to stay here, I would ask Latham and Watkins.
Yeah,
for
do they have
them to
charts?
bring- I don't
Do-
know, but
do
they ought to be
Yeah,
afforded
Latham
the
and
same
Watkins, will you bring your
opportunity.
charts? Yeah, bring your charts up. All right. Mrs. Oppenheim,
Summary? Do you want to do it? I'll ask Ms. Barth to give you the brief overview of the capital improvement program.
Good morning, good afternoon. I'm Linda Barth with the Department of Recreation and Parks. I'll just finish up briefly the key areas of the concession improvement portion of the project that you're looking at today, the boards that are in front of you. At its basic elements, what the project involves is a restoration of the historic facade by removing all of the box office additions, creating a plaza area in front of that historic facade that will both emphasize its historic character as well as provide quite a bit of congregating space for patrons of the Greek Theater to enjoy their performance. It involves additional windows to the concession premises and better food preparation areas so that there can be more eating and other kinds of concession areas available to patrons of the Greek Theater to enhance the visitor experience there, as well as relocating the box office away from the historic front of the theater to an area adjacent to a parking lot where there will be easy access for people to purchase tickets on non-show nights. All of the enhancements that are being considered as part of this project involve bringing in some Greek architectural elements and pieces of Greek architectural character in order to, again, to emphasize and enhance the Greek Theater's original design. The entire new plaza area will then be part of the concession space. Finally, in regard to this project, there will be additional dressing room areas and service areas that are in conjunction with the dressing rooms. They will be added to a small basement area expanded underneath the new plaza. And those are the principal elements of the project. The restroom portion of the project, which you don't see displayed here, involves expanding the additional restrooms almost 4 times in the case of the number of water closets available for women, entirely underground by using what is now unused space underneath the seating areas in order to add a whole new men's bathroom and then use the existing men's to expand the women's and even add an additional level. And also to do that work again in character as far as finishes with the Greek theme of the theater.
anyone else want to be heard before we turn it over to the council?
Should I? If you'd like, we could comment on the mitigated negative declaration.
please.
Which
That's-
you all
that's
have, and
be-
I'll ask Linda again to give you a brief overview on that.
Yeah, further to discuss that, the Department of Recreation and Parks undertook to prepare a mitigated negative deck and initial study for this project, which is the concession improvements as well as the restroom expansion we just mentioned. We used an independent consulting firm on contract with our department, the Planning Center, to help develop that mitigated negative deck. It had a 20-day public review process. At the end of the public review, we did in fact receive 4 sets of comments, which were extensively analyzed and reviewed by the department staff with the assistance of the Planning Center consultants, went over the full set of documentation and materials that were presented. And based on that analysis of the comments as well as the production of the original mitigated negative deck, it's staff's opinion that the entire project has there's no substantial evidence that the project would have an adverse environmental impact. Copies of the substantive number copious size of comments are available at Recreational Parks and the Office of the City Clerk for other review, but they have been substantially reviewed by
Sergeant,
staff.
can you ask these people to please be quiet? We're trying to listen to the report.
A few very small points in regard to that. During the public hearing at the Cultural Affairs Commission, to discuss the project design. There was sort of a conversation, really kind of a colloquial use of the term amphitheater in regards to part of the plaza development. And just to make sure that that's fully clarified, there is no amphitheater being considered. Part of the plaza area, which is north near where the new box office will be sited, includes 3 tiers of landscaped, both hardscape and I think it's rosemary planting area, which could be used for a congregating space for patrons of the Greek Theater. It's not intended as any kind of other use beyond the fact that it's a sloped area, and the idea is to terrace to provide an alternative space than just tables and chairs for people to enjoy the ambiance of the theater area. And there'd be no use of the plaza area or that area beyond what is routine use now of the Greek Theater in terms of circulation of persons. There's also what's listed in the final mitigated negative deck, what's referred to as Attachment J, which actually is just a cover sheet for comments. And as I indicated, the comments were so copious that what we've made available to the city clerk and in our office is a full set of them for review. They're too copious to be able to include in the same bound document.
Most of those comments, many of those comments were documents which have already been reviewed and addressed.
John Dugan, Recreation and Parks. Just to summarize the agreement, it's a 5-year extension, taking the termination from October the 30th, 2001 to October 30th, 2006. We will have 93 additional restrooms provided. The other capital improvements have been described. The department will receive $500,000 annual. That will be the guarantee to the department.
That's a guarantee, or?
That's the minimum guarantee.
All right. Okay. Mrs. Walters, I'm going to call on you first.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Council members, we just finished hearing quite a long presentation about Sunshine Canyon and the things that are wrong with it, why people didn't want it cited in their neighborhood. One of those reasons that was enumerated was the smell that might be coming through that. I want to tell you, the smell from Sunshine Canyon will never equal the stench that's coming from this deal that is before us. At every step of the way, rules have been circumvented, rights of other people have been trampled, and the rules by which the council itself is governed have been overturned, and the notion, the law, the ordinance that requires bidding, competitive bidding for a contract has just been trampled on and thrown in the dust. If this goes forward, it will mean that this contractor will have this concession for 30 years without a competitive bid, ever, in this issue. The issue is whether the charter allows the Board of Recreation and Park Commissioners to avoid the competitive bidding process and award an unsolicited bid to the current concessionaires, Nederlander. And if so, under what circumstances? And what does the charter say? The charter speaks about the Board of Recreation and Parks may lease a municipal auditorium center, arena, or sports center. There is no municipal auditorium in the city of Los Angeles. The city attorney's response to that was that the Nederlander Greek Inc. reasoning was built upon an entirely false premise, because the only municipal auditorium owned or controlled by the city is the Los Angeles Convention Center, and that is not at issue here. The section also, Nederlander speaks to Charter Section 387, requiring solicitation of proposals as far as reasonably practicable and compatible with the city's interests. Nederlander wants to say that it is not in the city's interest to have an RFP. In order for the commission to have considered the unsolicited proposal of Nederlander, the commission would need to make a finding, and this is a city attorney's language, would need to make a finding supported by credible facts that soliciting proposals under the present circumstances would not be reasonably practicable and would not be compatible with the city's interests. The board's determination on there is that accepting the unsolicited proposal is in the best interest of the city. But they cannot make that finding and make it stand or make it hold water because other competitive bidders have expressed interest. The RFP is essentially completed and has been completed almost a year. It was ready to go last April, and here we are in November. And one of the reasons for people objecting to an RFP was that it would take so long. A group of people who are advisors to the Greek Theater came together and worked. $200,000 was expended by the department to have an RFP ready to go. And now the Board of Recreation and Parks has said they want to trash all of that and hand this over to Nederlander without consideration of the competitive bidding process. I don't believe that the city attorney can make the findings necessary to say that the unsolicited proposal is in the best interest. And I don't believe that Recreation and Parks Commission could make that finding either. This demands a competitive bid. I think it is a terrible thing, a terrible misuse and manipulation of people to go to those 300 workers at the Greek Theater and say, help us get this contract without a bid and we'll pay you the living wage. If they had wanted to pay the living wage, there was nothing to stop them since the living wage took effect 2 years ago. And to utilize that tool, to utilize poor people who are working hard for a living, for these folks that are sitting back making millions off the city, is just beneath contempt. And I say to you, council members, we need to defeat this proposal today. This thing needs to go out to a competitive bid. It doesn't need to be handed off to some favored few to earn this money without it. And already, the other bids, unsolicited bids, at least one that has been submitted, offered more in the way of revenue to the city, offered the same living wage that Nederlander is counting on. Again, the RFP is ready to go. We need to send it out, and we need to defeat this proposal of an unsolicited bid.
Thank you. Thank you,
And that's
Mrs.
the
Walters.
only way the smell will go away.
Thank you, Mrs. Walters. Mr. Hernandez.
Mr. President, members of the council, I'm here and I basically want to introduce a motion. And then I'll say my comments, but the motion I'm introducing, the city attorney, it's on the special agenda. We needed to correct item number 1. There's a word that says will have a significant effect to say may have a significant effect, and I want that to be part of the record. We're asking that basically we adopt, it's item number 4, that we adopt the resolution on file adopting the M&D and approving the Greek Theater Improvements Project. That is part of the agenda that's before us, and that is the motion that I'm pushing forward at this time. And I want to share with you why. This was an issue that I basically did not have to be involved in until I got into I was appointed to sit on the Committee of Arts, Health, and Humanities, taking the place of Mr. Burnson at the time. And as I listened to the arguments, more and more clarity started coming to me. And this is not the first time we extend these kinds of contracts. We had just finished voting at the time on bus shelters, and the fact that the city found the need for improvements of bus shelters, and we were facing some potential litigation, and we had the findings where we could basically extend the contract, and that's what we did. It's not the first time we extend contracts. But as I sat there listening to the discussion, I got to see some of the pictures of the historic preservation that was being brought about in terms of bringing back the Greek theater as to what it was going to be, what initially it had in form and so forth at its inception. When we started looking at the financing, it became very clear to me that it would be injecting into the budget of Rex and Parks additional funding that they weren't getting at this time. And I say at this time. And it was happening prior to an RFP process that would go into effect in the year 2002. Now, we as government might want to believe that we have all the answers in the charter. And what I need to share with you is, as of today, those of us in odd-numbered council districts have 570 days left in public office. And that includes weekends. Now, some people are very happy about that. I, for one, am not running for re-election, and I have a focus in my office of completing capital projects, of trying to make sure my libraries are built, of trying to make sure my HPOZs are in place, of trying to make sure that the neighborhood plans are in place, and I have an urgency to do that. Now, what you need to understand is I understand the council member who represents the 4th District and has been the champion for the Greek Theater, but not only the Greek Theater, Griffith Park as a whole. When we look at the zoo and we look at these things, and I understand why we elected him council president. You see, there comes times as policymakers that we make decisions because we believe that this is in the best interest of the city. You see, the findings today are simple. It generates more revenue for the city of Los Angeles in this interim period. It provides some much needed improvements at this time. Because if you go to the Greek, you'll see the lines of the restrooms and so forth. And it basically extends a contract for 5 additional years to the year 2007. Now, I need you to know that in 2007, Council President Ferraro is not going to be here. None of us will. Our realities are, this is his opportunity to make sure it's done right. This is his opportunity for us to look at how it is that we can improve some of our facilities in a way that basically can generate more revenue for those needed programs that I'm dealing with on a daily basis, and at the same time do it the way that we believe it should be done. Now, some people might not have faith and confidence in us as policymakers. I just think that there comes a time when we have to take those things into account. And you know, you have to be there to understand the need for the improvements. But when we talk about people's wages, what they take home and what they pay on a daily basis, the fact that we can increase those wages today and not in 3 years, I think is a great incentive. And that's why labor was here in regards to this project. Strange coalitions. I'm not willing to say that someone's a bad developer or a good developer. What I'm trying to make sure is that development is good. And I think this is a good proposal, and that's why I'm introducing the motion. Again, I'm not here to second-guess Council President Ferraro and what he does in his district. I've seen how much he cares about Griffith Park and the kind of work he's been doing in that area, and I'm voting in his direction because of my confidence of that.
Mr. Fuhr.
I'd like to direct my colleagues' attention to the committee report, which was signed by all members. The committee report on the second page says, in the city attorney's opinion, the facts in support of the findings required by Charter Section 387 to avoid the competitive RFP process would be extremely unlikely to be found to exist, particularly since it is unknown what terms other proposers might be willing to offer. That's, frankly, rather reminiscent of the Sunshine Canyon issue. We should know what other terms exist out there. Isn't that why we have an RFP in the first place? To know what other proposers might contemplate offering. And indeed, in this case, I understand that an unsolicited competitive bid has been presented that would actually offer more. Certainly offer to pay living wage retroactively and might offer more revenue. In addition to violating the principle embedded in our charter and in our everyday work, that it's better to know our choices before we make a decision, we also invite a lawsuit that the city is likely to lose. It's a sure lawsuit, and it's a likely outcome that we'll lose. So why would we want to invite that litigation, suffer that defeat, and violate the principle embedded in the charter? I don't get it. And I want to say something else. You know, to those of you, many of whom I work with in labor, for example, who are supportive of moving forward today on this issue, be careful what we wish for here, friends, because what is today thought to be a reasonable basis on which to circumvent well-founded, deeply held principles in the city, tomorrow could be used to create precisely the opposite result that none of us would like. And by the way, once that Pandora's box gets open, none of us will be here to slam it shut. I agree with Ms. Walters. I agree that it is time for us to face up to the fact that anything but an RFP here violates not only the charter, not only invites litigation, but I think constitutes a basic breach of trust with the constituents we serve.
Mr. Wax.
First, let me say I don't consider this any one council member's issue. This is a citywide facility, and the money that the city is going to lose if it pursues this approach today is going to be money that could be used for playgrounds and parks throughout the city. I was interested when Mr. Delvac, representing Latham and Watkins, said that this was the worst and probably most shameful process he's seen. When Latham and Watkins, and then mind you, that's the Latham and Watkins of Staples Arena fame, says it's the worst process ever you've seen, I think you can be sure that it is. Members of the council, some of us got this document last night, some of it got us this morning, some of it was even changed overnight. It'll be interesting when we have litigation, it'll be interesting to see how many people under oath will say honestly that they had an opportunity to read it. Ms. Walters is right. This deal reeks of political favoritism. This is nothing more than taking care of your friends at the expense of the city. It is bad for it is a bad deal for the taxpayers of this city, and it's even worse for the reputation of this city's government. By refusing to follow the advice of your staff, by refusing to follow the advice of your city attorney, by refusing to follow your advice of your own Citizens Advisory Committee, I get really upset with this. Basically what you're doing is you're leaving on the table millions of dollars that would surely come to this city from a true and open and fair and competitive bidding. Millions of dollars that each of these council members in this council, who constantly claim there's no money to clean up the parks, who constantly claim that there's no money to fix the buildings on the playgrounds, who constantly claim that their areas are being deprived, are going to give it to a favorite person at the expense of having more money to use it for that. And I am saddened by the fact that my friends in the Living Wage Coalition have been brought into it in this way. This city doesn't have to give up millions of dollars to give you what you rightfully deserve. We can give you what you deserve. We can guarantee that you'll get it on every deal in this city and still keep the extra money we would get from this and use it for your families on the parks and playgrounds of this city. But most importantly at all, no deal that I have seen since I have been here more is tarnishing the reputation of the honesty and integrity of this government than this deal and the manner in which it has been brought to us before today. And I just think that you've got to think twice about what you're doing, not only for the revenue, but for the integrity of the process and for any self-respect that you want to have.
Mrs. Chick.
Yes, I would like to, and I might end up pushing my button again to have time to make my comments, but there's been some very strong statements made here thus far. I wanted to hear from staff, from Rec and Park staff and or city attorney staff, why back in September, October, the city attorney found that renewing the lease with the current bidder was not allowable, and the department went along with it then and is suggesting a different course of action now. I know the city attorney isn't, but Rec and Parks seems to be. And also the comment that back in '96 there was an offer better for the city on the table than what's before us now, and some response to that. And then I want to react to what I hear.
Well, let me speak to the department position first, and then I think the attorneys would best speak to the legal advice we've been given. The department staff, as I believe most of you know, recommended implementation of an RFP. The Recreation and Parks Board voted to approve the amended and restated agreement. That gave us our direction, and it's as a result of that direction that we're here today with the recommendation that you have for consideration.
Okay, so the department and/or staff haven't particularly changed course. You are following the direction of your commission.
We were directed by our commission, and we've moved forward to bring that to you.
And then the comment about that there was a better offer on the table in '96 than now?
Well, I think that's also the department's issue, but I would just say that the
Okay.
commission did not act on that prior offer that was placed before them, so that's why it never went forward. With regard to the legal question that you asked, our position has not changed, and that is that the council and the commission are able, under the charter, to approve this amended and restated agreement if they make findings. And the findings would have to be factual in support of the position that it would not be practicable, it would not be reasonably practicable for there to be an RFP process, and that it would not be compatible with the city's interests.
Okay, and could somebody read into the record what those findings were?
I don't know that we have the findings of the commission here today. The committee report is here. I believe they may be contained in the committee report. And I understand there's also a motion that details findings, but the findings that have been discussed today are that the improvements would be received sooner, that the living wage would be paid sooner, and that financial burdens that the city is now undertaking would be removed at this time, so that there would be better financial circumstances for the city starting immediately. Those are the findings I'm aware of. Correct.
Ms. Glanter?
I would like to say that after going back and forth on this issue a number of times, I was finally persuaded to support the extension actually by the report of the Greek Theater Advisory Committee. And I don't know your committee very well, but if you're like all the other advisory committees, I know you probably often wonder if anyone pays any attention to you. And so I would like you to know that I found the report thoughtful, informative. It answered more of my questions than, meaning no disrespect to the department or Mr. Ferraro's office or anybody else. It answered more of my questions more concisely than any of the other documents that I read. In essence, what impressed me so much about their report is that this is a group of people who feel a serious commitment to the success of the Greek Theater. They are its watchdogs as well as its proponents. They're trying very hard, I think, on behalf of the surrounding community and the department, since we own the place, to make sure that what we are operating there or letting somebody else operate for us is something we can all be proud of. They made a particular point of the sooner rather than later argument. They did stress the fact that we have an important anniversary of the Greek Theater coming up. I think this is not in the report, but I will add that I think it is important for us to note that after a serious bad period in our history, we are coming back not only as a tourist destination for visitors, but also as a place that our own residents are proud to take advantage of. And I also appreciate the labor issues. I acknowledge that, as Mrs. Walters and others have pointed out, any contractor coming in today or hereafter would be expected to meet those requirements. But it seems to me that when the group who's responsible for keeping an eye on the operators of the Greek Theater, both the contract people and our own departments, tell me as eloquently as this group did that we should go ahead, and I am grateful for your assistance and plan to vote accordingly.
Thank you, Ms. Galanter. The chair recognizes Council President Ferraro.
Mr. President, members of the council, I think Mr. Hernandez pointed out very well the reason for this extension. This is a good deal, and we've had a lot of comments and misinformation, but the simple truth is that the extension is beneficial choice for the Greek Theater and the community and for the city of Los Angeles. If we move forward today and approve the lease extension, badly needed capital improvements renovations, and restorations will be fully funded and be in place next season in time to celebrate the 70th anniversary of the Greek Theater. Let me point out that we have Project Restore that is trying to bring up City Hall to some of the original amenities, and this is an example of what we're trying to do at the Greek Theater. The restoration will include the 1930 design, expansion and expansion of the concession stands, the box office, and certainly the renovation of the restrooms, which are desperately needed. And anybody that goes to the Greek Theater understands that. And if we permit if we delay this extension, it'll be 2 or 3 years before those improvements will be made. So I would just ask you to, I think Mr. Hernandez hit it so true. I'd like to see this done as soon as possible. There will not be any additional days. It will not increase the traffic. As I think it was Janet Sherman pointed out, traffic has improved tremendously. And we did have there was a $200,000 study, Mrs. Walters, for a traffic study, not for the RFP. So the Greek Theater is a treasured landmark of Los Angeles. Our vote today will activate the funding for the restoration and renovations, and I'd ask you to vote yes on Mr. Hernandez's motion and resolution.
Thank you, Council President. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Walters.
Thank you. Council members, the issue, as I indicated before, is not the renovation. It's not when it will get done. It's not what Nederlander will put on the table now in order to get this. And others, we must remember that others have offered more. The issue here is whether the council is going to abide by the charter and send this out to bid, or whether we're going to commit a travesty and let it go forward, giving this operator most favored nation status. That is what is at issue here. And if you think that we won't have litigation on this, we have a court reporter sitting over here taking down everything that we say. And I don't know who hired him. I don't know why he's here. But anytime you see a court reporter in a public meeting taking down what is being said, you know that there's somebody's interest at stake. And I hope you will, regardless of how eloquent the presentations were from Recreation and Parks, that you would bear in mind that the commission did not act within the law. That we will be acting outside the law if we vote to give Nederlander this contract today. It demands, the law demands that we must go out to bid, and that we must never be in a position where the city attorney says that without the competitive bid process, it would be extremely unlikely that this would be able to, let me read it to you. In the city attorney's opinion, the facts in support of the findings required by Charter Section 387 to avoid the competitive RFP process would be extremely unlikely to be found to exist, particularly since it is unknown what terms other proposers might be willing to offer. You must vote no.
Anyone else want to be heard? All right, we have the first we have the special meeting.
You have Mr. Hernandez's amending motion.
All right, prepare the roll on that. The special meeting. Tabulate the vote.
8 ayes, 5 noes.
That is approved. Now we have we vote on special as amended. Prepare the roll. Tabulate the vote.
8 ayes, 5 noes.
That is approved. Now we have item number 9 before us. Prepare the roll.
You have 9A.
9A. Prepare the roll. Tabulate the vote.
8 ayes, 5 noes.
That is approved. Is that it?
And 9.
Huh? Now 9. Prepare the roll on 9. Tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 4 noes.
That is approved. Let the record show Ms. Sikowski wanted to vote no on that. All right, the next item. Thank you very much. Yeah. Ruth? Ruth? Rudy?
I think we need you still.
Rudy? Hey, Rudy.
Okay, because Letty won't be back till 2:30. Okay, could those of you who are leaving, please depart quietly so we can, you're welcome to stay, but if you're going to leave, please do it quietly. Actually, if you're going to stay, please do it quietly. Okay, next item. Item 10.
Item number 10.
All right. Yes.
Yes, colleagues, perhaps not apples and apples, but another example of have we done due diligence and how about the process. What we have before us now is another long-term lease, this time with a golf course operator on property owned by the Department of Airports near Van Nuys Airport. The operator, by the way, has a very, very good track record. The community that uses that facility is very happy with the provider. But I originally asked for this to be delayed, first because the department had not briefed either I nor my colleague who has the airport in his facility. And as I took a look at it, some of the users of our municipal golf courses and others came to me and said, what about the Department of Recreation and Parks, that is our expert in running golf courses, being able to perhaps compete in the process, and or others, and maybe we can get a better deal, maybe we can get even better operation. So I wanted to hear both from the Department of Airports, I want to hear from the city attorney, who just before us was saying we could not award a lease, and I want to make sure that we have an opinion on the city attorney, from the city attorney, about going forward with this renewal without going out to bid, and really want to hear from both our city departments on this, and then I will feel more comfortable in being able to decide what is the best thing to do for the public of the city.
Okay, so let's hear from them. Who wants to go first? Go.
The advice of the airport...
Wait, we need to have you identify yourself for the tape, too, please, each of you.
Jim Spitzer, Assistant City Attorney, Airport Division. The advice from our division was that if there were strictly an extension and nothing more, that was improper. What we have before you, however, is an action along with findings that are contained in the board order, which not only extend but they, at no cost to the city, give an irrigation system that allows for reclaimed water, which we've been asked to do by DWP. It keeps the course open, and there's a question that whether that would have happened with anybody else, which is certainly an advantage. It has one party, the Van Nuys Golf Course, coordinating both the continued operation of the golf course as well as the construction, with a minimum of $400,000 being spent. Our position is that this is legal, that it was a management decision, but it is legal.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right, Rec and Parks. Go ahead. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Rick Sessinghaus, who's done some research on this for us, to please give you some comments.
Yes, I think Recreation and Parks obviously would welcome the opportunity to be considered for this opportunity in Van Nuys. We operate 4 golf courses currently in the San Fernando Valley, all of which are 18-hole full-size regulation courses. The 2 courses at Van Nuys are a pitch and putt and an executive course, which we do not have as we do in other parts of the city, and would give us opportunity to include more junior programs and services for seniors and especially novice golfers who tend to play at those facilities. We could certainly consider the opportunity here, given a long-term lease arrangement and or other methodology that we could agree upon with the airport. We have met with the airport. We do realize that there are some issues that would need to be studied further so that we could come up with the proper methodology to take over this opportunity, but we certainly welcome it.
Well, yeah, Ms. Goldberg.
Yes, if we were to pass this today, does this mean that the employees will be getting a living wage?
They will when it becomes effective, yes, which happens to be January 1st. This
January
lease
1st.
expires December 31st.
Okay, because as I recall, the living wage ordinance says if there are extensions, living wage kicks in, so that's...
It's included and the operator is prepared to
Okay.
pay.
Okay. Now, are we going to pay additional money for that?
No.
Okay, so they're
No,
going to
we
absorb
actually
that.
get additional money.
Okay, they're going to absorb that. Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The chair recognizes Council Pro Tem Galanter.
Thank you. I just want to point out a couple of things. First of all, if we don't act but by Friday, this is deemed approved anyway. So just everybody should kind of keep that in mind. I guess my questions really are, I have a couple of comments and a couple of questions. It seems to me anytime we can manage to find a way to start operating a golf course with reclaimed water instead of potable water, we're ahead of the game. Because that means basically that we're using water we've already used instead of water that's going to just run into the ground and disappear, in which we have to import from someplace. So that, it seems to me, is a good thing, and I'm delighted that we have an operator and an airport department interested in doing that. My question is, if we were, here's what concerns me. If we do not approve this, Mr. Sessinghaus has mentioned there's some things that would need to be studied and worked out, and I believe you said that if we do that, we're not certain that we have the ability to keep the golf course operating while we're doing that. That concerns me. What I want to know is there anything to preclude, if we do adopt this today, or we let it be deemed approved on Friday, is there anything to prevent the airport department and the Department of Recreation and Parks carrying on discussions about a future transfer of the operation or a lease of the property owned by the airport to Recreation and Parks that would allow Recreation and Parks to become the supervising department, either with this operator still in place or with a subsequent operator?
The answer to that is we'd be glad to do that. Obviously, what's before you would extend their lease for 4 years. It would be difficult to do it any earlier than 4 years from now.
Okay. Well,
because
I don't know if, I mean, it seems to me, knowing how long it takes to get things actually solidified and put in place around here, I would argue that we are better off to make sure the golf course continues to operate, that we encourage both departments to open a dialogue and look at what happens the next go-around. But we only have a couple of days here, and if we're looking at a contract beginning January 1st, we only have a couple of weeks in which to get this done, and it's probably the worst couple of weeks of the year to try to get something done. So I would recommend that we go forward.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The chair recognizes Councilman Pacheco.
Thank you. I had some questions based on the original motion. It says here that we're going to look at how you're going to expand the youth golf at the facility, and I'm not sure if I missed that during their comments, but I'm very interested in knowing what plans are in place for expanding youth golf at the facility. So if someone from staff or from the operator can answer the question, but that was part of the original motion. That was the Chick Wax motion.
Well, that would be something that would be resolved as a matter of the study that is also proposed, a 60-day study. I don't know if Recreation Parks has any further comments.
Our desire would be to have 60 days to implement a study to better understand the terms and some of the requirements, for example, with the FAA to ensure that it's possible to move forward. Our anticipation would certainly be in undertaking such a study that the course would continue to operate, and we would suggest a month-to-month operation during the period of time for that study to be concluded.
Well, let me ask this then. Does the current operator, in its operations of the course, incorporate any youth programming or programming geared towards more youth participation in the sport of golf?
Well, we could certainly talk to the current operator about doing that. I know he's reached out in some cases, not in an organized fashion, I don't believe, like Recreation Parks Youth Golf Program, but we could ask him to do that, but it would not be part of the lease.
It would not?
No. We'd have to go back and renegotiate that as a provision. We could do that, but again, that delays moving forward.
Oh, and what's the downside of delaying moving forward after the 31st?
Well, the lease would be on a month-to-month basis, and which really needs to come back to the council too, because it would be a lease that would extend the contract without an RFP process. But we could work our way through all of those things if that's what the council desires to do.
Well, someone raised a very valid concern about youth golf at the facility, and I'm just reinforcing the point. And I don't see a downside if we revert back to common law interpretation of the contract that it goes to a month-to-month. That wouldn't necessarily be a problem in my book. But I would defer to Councilmember Chick. It is in her district.
Booty?
You can go on to the next speaker. I'll push my button again for
Okay, thank you, Councilman. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Miskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Apropos of Mr. Pacheco's question, I was just handed, I think from a person representing the proprietor now at the Van Nuys, or the franchisee, a number of youth programs that are now operated, even though it's not operated in conjunction with the Recreation and Parks Department. So there is some evidence, some significant evidence that there's a number of youth groups that are involved there. My questions are, I would like to follow up with what Ms. Galanter indicated, which is the concern right now is we have to act within a certain period of time, or this does expire on December 31st, and then like all other expired contracts would go month to month to month. If it were allowed to expire, and if we have the 60 days that Recreation and Parks would look and study what they would do, how they would operate it differently, or in conjunction with the proprietor, can we come back within 60 days and adopt this amendment to the lease? And is there anything that precludes us from that, since we've already had the findings from the Department of Airport, the Board of Airport Commissioners, that in fact this is in the best interest of the city on the grounds that we are going to get reclaimed water, plus living wage, plus all the other very commendable issues. But if we delay it for 60 days under a current 30-day extension, then all that we lose is perhaps 60 days worth of the reclaimed water being started. But we also get Rec and Parks' ability to look at the youth programs and see whether else there's anything else that can be accommodated and incorporated with the city's own youth programs. I mean, it seems as if there are good youth programs here, but they're like a separate satellite. Why not bring them into our realm of Rec and Parks and still have the opportunity to approve this within 60 days after we've had the best judgment of Recreation and Parks?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I want to respond in part to Ms. Miskowski's questions. The council has before it an item which they either approve or disapprove by Friday. And if they are intending to keep the lease, to extend the lease, they vote in favor of it. If they want not to extend the lease and they go month to month, they vote opposed to it, they vote no.
But if we were to vote no to not extend the lease today, but continue this matter for 60 days, have a Recreation and Parks Department study, act then on a new extension of the lease 60 days from now?
No, what you can do is, you can vote no, and you can you can tell the airports department that this is what you would like them to do. They then take another action. That action will then come forward to you. Once the 10th has come and gone, this is no more, and you lose your jurisdiction. So,
can we vote yes, but add a condition that this concessionaire deal with the Recreation and Parks Department on golf?
You can request them to do so, but what you're voting on is a yes or no vote. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I look at this report, this is a 33-year lease, correct?
That's correct.
It's been in effect 33 years
Yes, ma'am.
and hasn't gone out to an RFP in that time.
That's correct.
Council members, we've got the same situation here that we had at the Greek Theater. Only this one doesn't smell as bad. I think that we ought to do what we should do after all this time, is to put it out to bid and let it be competitively bid rather than giving folks these lifetime leases at the expense of the city.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Chick.
I'm not pleased about the choice that we're being given in terms, and I appreciate the city attorney's advice, however, that it has to be a vote yes or no, because my intent here is to, in a very tight time period, see if we can't do better, at least give the city's Department of Recreation and Parks a chance to look at it, and I thought there was an opportunity to direct month to month for a period of 60 days, and that would be it. I mean, you have to do some scrambling here. And I think we still have that opportunity. It's simply that we will have to say no to this today. And I would ask colleagues that we do that and take the 60 days to take the pause to see if, in fact, there are other opportunities for the Department of Recreation and Parks. In the meantime, it also gives the Department of Airports an opportunity to relook at the youth golf activities that are offered by the current contractor. I think in light of the other two issues on the agenda today, and the theme that I see running through, which is making decisions without necessarily very thoroughly and fully examining, is this the best way to go? I think a 60-day pause is not a terrible thing to ask for. I wish we could have done this earlier in the process, and maybe we've all learned some lessons about making that happen. But that's what I would ask for, colleagues, a no vote with the request that it's back in 60 days into the full council, and we will relook at month to month, giving the full contract or making significant changes at that time.
The chair recognizes Councilman Burnson.
Members of the council, you know, it's curious how we get these requests and we get people who say, let's just go out to bid on something. If you have an operator who's been doing a good job, you have a contract in place that's still running, you have the ability to get some improvements ahead of time, why doesn't it make sense to do that? You have an operator that obviously has been operating the place in the proper way, or it wouldn't be there that long. Who's pushing for RFP? The people that are pushing for RFP basically are people that would like to take the place of this operator. That's where it's coming from. I must tell you, you know, and I don't know much about either side. I know that the operation there has been a good operation. I don't know who the potentials are. And I don't know even if they came in with a lower bid, whether they'd be as good or any good. We don't know that. What we have here is the people who have a history of doing a good job at this location. We have an opportunity to get some additional things now, not to wait for the thing to expire and by the time you go out to an RFP, and then we go through this whole procession again. I think that just delaying the thing is just putting off a decision. I'm prepared, very frankly, to support this today. I think it's the right way to go. I think these people have done a good job. I think we're going to get some concessions here that we didn't have before. And I think we really ought to think about, the old saying is, the devil you got is better than the devil you don't know. And you don't know what you're going to get. What we do know here is we've had a decent operator. We're getting some improvements. How much of extension are we talking about? No, excuse me. How many extensions?
4 years.
4-year extension, right? How many years do they have to go on their lease?
The lease expires
Oh,
on
it expired,
December 31st.
we've been on a month-to-month, that's right, I recall of this thing. So, I don't see any problem with extending this thing, because if we go out to RFP, it's gonna take a year or so before we get anybody, we get another operator in, even if it's the same one. And we don't know what we're gonna get as far as the improvements are concerned. You're gonna get what the bid is, that's what you're gonna get. So I would suggest that we approve this. If you're not happy with this, we have some time, start working on it for future, because in 4 years, this will expire. I'd ask for an aye vote today.
Thank you, Councilman. The chair recognizes Council President Pro Tem Galanter.
Let's be clear what we're doing here. If it's not a 60-day extension either, we can request 60 days, but the fact is, if we vote no, for all the good and constructive reasons everybody will articulate, already has and will again, we have voted no, and the council is then powerless until somebody brings something back before us. It goes back to the Airport Commission. They will do whatever they do, and they will do it on whatever timetable they find most appropriate. Presumably during that time, while they're doing whatever they're doing, maybe they'll also be talking to Recreation and Parks, and maybe they'll come to an agreement or an arrangement, and maybe they won't, and maybe they'll figure out other things they have to study. But we're kidding ourselves if we say that by voting no today, we're going to have something back before us in 60 days. It could happen, but there's nothing to ensure that it will. So it seems to me, again, that we need to be clear what we're doing here. We can, if we vote yes, we're talking about 4 years, during which the two departments have the opportunity to talk with each other, with this operator, with other operators, with everybody in the world, and I would hope including the council members who represent the area where most of the patrons are coming from, and the patrons. We would hope then that by the next time this would come up in front of anybody, we'd either be looking at on the one possibility is a transfer of the responsibility to Rec and Parks, another is a new RFP, another is whatever else might seem appropriate at the time. But I just want to caution you that if we don't approve this today, that's it. As Ms. Weingart pointed out to us, we have lost jurisdiction of this unless and until somebody does something else that comes back before us. And if we don't approve it or disapprove it, it will be approved, it will be deemed approved on Friday. So it seems to me the expeditious thing to do is to approve it. They've heard the whole discussion. All of you have, and all of us, have plenty of opportunity to remind the two departments to pursue this, if that's what we want to do. But if otherwise, we're just sort of throwing up our hands and saying, somebody do something else.
Thank you, Ms. Galanter. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Goldberg.
Yes, I'd like to ask the city attorney, could we move today to determine that we are going to not approve this, and to request that the airport department and the Recreation and Parks department meet together and come back in 60 days with a recommendation?
You can do exactly that, but it is a request, as
I understand
we've said before.
that.
Yes, if
Okay.
you...
I will move that.
And I assumed that was what Ms. Chick was
Yes.
actually talking about.
I will move that. The reason I did that is because I want my cake and eat it too. And maybe I can't get it, but I'm willing to risk 60 days to find out. And if we can't, we can't. But I like elements of each, and rather than just say, well, I'll take a bird in the hand, I'd really like to go for the two in the bush. And if we can't get it, then I don't think, except for 60 days, we'll be much worse off than we are now. So that's why I urge that we do this.
Thank you, Ms. Goldberg. The chair recognizes Councilman Pacheco.
I would like to put on the record that the operators did step forward and provide me with information regarding the youth programming at the facility. And it looks like there are 5 different programs available to youth, varying from the YMCA to the Special Olympics to things open to the general public, which I find real satisfying in terms of what's going on with youth programming. But what I'm concerned about is that when I asked the question, that the people at the table were not aware of the youth programming at the facility, and if they're supposed to be supervising this contract, that type of information would be at their fingertips, especially when there was a motion for today that spoke specifically about youth programming. And so I just want to put that on the record. I am going to support the Goldberg motion because I do believe that the downside is minimal compared to what the benefits that we can have here at the end of 60 days.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Walters.
Thank you, Mr. President. Council members, again, I would remind you that the same information is operative here that was operative in the Greek theater item. We should not do this because the Charter Section 387 speaks against it. And I don't believe that this is defensible without going out to bid. It's simple as that.
Thank you, Ms. Walters. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Chick.
Hopefully, just to close, what we are not seeking to do, and certainly what I'm not seeking to do, is to make a decision today that we're going to replace a private sector business that has a good track record with city government. What I am recommending that we do is that we take a 60-day pause to hear from within our own city family, who are our experts in operating golf courses, if there are better ways to go. And colleagues, one definite lesson that I think is before us is knowing that we don't always do in the city of Los Angeles the very best job of contracts with outside vendors. We don't necessarily get the best deals for our taxpayer dollars. We don't necessarily have the best contracts to deliver the best product or services. And anything we can do to improve how we do contracting and get better arrangements for the city, to me, is certainly worth 60 days. That's really all that is before us, and I think we'll be better armed with information to decide whether this should be a 4-year extension on a 31-year provider with a good track record, or it's time to do something else, or there's a variation on the theme. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chick. The chair recognizes Councilman Fewer.
I just have one question for the city attorney. Who's here who can speak to this issue, city attorney-wise?
What's the issue? Yeah.
Well, actually, I really only asked because I want to see how fast Gail can sprint. How are we doing, Gail? That would have been about 9.5 seconds. It's not bad, but we can do better, Gail.
I was at the gym last night.
Yeah,
I guess
thank
I'll
you.
have to go again. I'm sorry.
Ms. Walters says that to adopt what I think is essentially the same idea both Ms. Chick and Ms. Goldberg have shared would violate the charter. It seems to me that we have what the proposal does is actually put off a decision as to whether to put the thing out to bid or otherwise, and is in fact not yet inconsistent with the charter provision at stake. What's the right answer? If we adopt, I guess can be called the Goldberg motion, but I think it's reflective of both Laura and Jackie's views, is that violative of the charter?
I don't believe that's violative of the charter. What you're doing is you're voting no on the item that's before you.
Right.
And then all you're doing is requesting airports to do some other work and come back. Now, I think that you should understand that whether, I think Ms. Galanter explained it, whether airports actually decides to come back or not.
Is up to them and not to us.
It's up to them. And you
Right.
don't have anything else to act on until the airport sends you something back. This contract expires December 31st, and then you go on a month-to-month. And in terms of the other issues, I think I'd have to...
But of its own force, the contract will continue month to month until intervention takes place, correct?
I think that that's the case,
Yeah.
but I think airport would have to, because I don't have the exact contract in front of me, but I do believe under normal contract provisions that would be so.
Out of curiosity, are we submitting a formal request to airports to report back to us within a period of time? Through some kind of transfer?
That was Ms. Goldberg's
Yeah, I
motion.
didn't hear that motion, so okay. All right. Very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I do believe that will conclude with the council speakers, unless there is any other council member that would like to speak. Ms. Goldberg, I do believe that you made a motion that was seconded by Mrs. Chick, and may we ask you to restate the motion? I believe it was an amending motion.
That we reject this contract amendment today, that we request that the Department of Airports and the Parks Department meet together and to come back within 60 days to bring us a proposal.
Thank you, and that was seconded by Mrs. Chick. So at this time, if there are no further council speakers, I would like to ask that the clerk open the roll on the Goldberg motion, tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay, and that will be the order. Okay, would you please record Ms. Walters as a no vote? That does not change the outcome. That will make it 8 yeses and 3 noes. Okay? Next item.
Item number 3 is a required public hearing item. It's a public hearing for Community Facilities Districts Numbers 4 and 5, Playa Vista, pursuant to the Mello-Roos Community Facilities Act of 1982. If there are written protests from property owners or persons registered to vote in CFDs 4 and 5, they should be on file now with the city clerk. There are also reports for those 2 facilities districts that should be made part of the public record in this hearing, and there are 2 motions that should be adopted before public comment.
Okay, before I formally open the public hearings, are there any property owners or persons registered to vote in CFD 4 and 5 who wish to file written protests? If so, they must be filed with the city clerk now. Again, are there any property owners or persons registered to vote in CFD 4 and 5 who wish to file written protests? If so, they must be filed with the city clerk now. Written protests, please. Written protests at this time, please.
But they must be from people who are within the boundaries of the
CFD 4 and 5.
To the best of my knowledge, there are no residents. Oh, I see. Okay. I see. Thank you.
Okay.
Let the lady write something.
Okay.
Let the plant write something.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Galander, if I may.
Just a moment. All right, the clerk is waiting to receive written protests from people who are within the clerk will come and get you. Write your thing down and she'll come and get it. I will personally hand deliver it. In the meantime, however, I would like to introduce a call to the council's attention motions 3A and 3B, which are amending motions 1 to the Community Facilities District number 4 and 5, and well, they both are actually. In each of these, and actually, maybe Molly, I should ask you to explain this. Let's have Molly Campbell from the CIO's office explain the purpose of these modifications.
Council members, you have two motions before you. The first motion is to modify the resolution of intention that was filed previously for CFDs 4 and 5, and that is necessary because the city attorney has advised that in order for us to make changes to the rate and method, that that needs to be done at the hearing. And the second piece of that is also to direct that a report be prepared that includes a brief analysis of the impact of the changes. That is the motion 3A that's before you.
Right.
And you need to take action on that at this time. And then there's also a second motion before you, motion 3B, and that is, it's got two accompanying resolutions, modifying the resolution of intention for CFD 4 and also for CFD 5.
Ms. Galanter, before you continue, it also needs to be said that the hearings are now officially opened. The facilities reports for CFD 4 and 5 are hereby made part of the public record of the hearings, and that the two motions that you have brought before us should be adopted before the time for public comment.
Well, I will now officially introduce those two motions, which are before all of you. They've been previously distributed, and ask that we vote on those before we begin the public testimony.
Okay. Are there any council colleagues that wish to speak on the two motions that Council President Pro Tem Galanter has brought forth to the council for adoption? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you open the roll on the two motions introduced by...
Let's do them separately. Let's
Okay.
do 3A and then do 3B.
Let us open the roll on item 3A as introduced by Councilwoman Galanter.
Speak, I guess.
This is not on the creation of the facilities district. This is the modification to the notice of intention. We're still going to have the hearing. You're all going to get a chance to speak, even if you're not a person but a plant, and we're going to hear from everybody.
That is correct.
So just let us get to it so we can open the hearing.
Right. These are procedural items now that the council must enact. So let us open the roll on item 3A and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, that item is approved. Now we have before us item number 3B. Any council discussion on item 3B? Seeing none, would you open the roll on item number 3B and tabulate the vote?
11 ayes.
Okay, that item is also approved.
Now, before you open the hearing, just so everybody's clear about it, perhaps we could ask Ms. Campbell to just explain so everybody gets the same version here of exactly what we're doing today, and then we'll have a public hearing.
Okay, the council has before it 6 ordinances for approval today. These items have been previously seen by the council and are only before you again because of a lawsuit that was filed against the city. And the city attorney advises that it's in the best interest of the city in order to resolve this suit by having the public hearing one more time. For the most part, as I've said, the items before you are substantially the same. We have made a few changes to the rate and method of apportionment, which we believe are beneficial, and those changes are outlined in the attached CAO report on page 2. Essentially, these changes are necessary in order to have CFDs 4 and 5, again, there are 3 separate districts, stand alone. Previously, CFD 5 served as a backup district and a backup security mechanism for CFD 4. Approval of these 6 ordinances will allow the districts to be formed. It will set the maximum amount of debt that can be incurred, and it establishes February 1st of 2000 as the date of the election. As you know, there are many steps within the Mello-Roos process. Approval of these documents is not the final step within that process, and the council is not at this time committing to the issuance of bonds for the project. We will have to come back before the council at least one more time before bonds can be issued. A total of $348 million in bonds is anticipated to be issued for CFD 4 and 5, $135 million for CFD 4, and $213 million for CFD 5. Finally, in regards to the environmental issues that have been brought up previously before this council, the Department of Building and Safety and several other agencies, both inside and outside of the city, has been working together over the last several months to resolve these issues. And there is a report that will be presented to the committee this afternoon, the Housing Committee this afternoon. That basically concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer it before we get into the public hearing.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. This is a Mello-Roos notice public hearing. As a result, we are going to abide by the Mello-Roos requirements. The Brown Act rules alone do not apply. All interested parties must be allowed to speak, and we will make consideration for that. The Mello-Roos Act provides that protests against the establishment of the district, the extent of the district, or the furnished types of specific types of public facilities within this district may be made orally or in writing by any interested person or taxpayer. Therefore, all persons submitting cards in a proper manner will be provided the opportunity to be heard. However, with that said, we would like to request the following. A large number of cards have been submitted, and as chair, we would like to request that while we will allow all persons who have submitted cards to speak, and in order that we give everyone a fair opportunity to comment, we would appreciate each speaker to try to limit his or her comments to 1 minute and to refrain from repeating comments already expressed. A couple of minutes. We will do a couple of minutes for each speaker. If indeed when I call your name you would like to pass, you may just announce that you pass and you wish not to speak at this time. I am going to call persons up 5 to 6, maybe even 10 at a time, and I'm going to ask you to please line up in the center aisle behind the podium in order that there is a minimum amount of delay time for the next person to speak. So with that, what I'm going to do is call on the first group of speakers, and then that way, if you could please line up behind the podium, and we will proceed with the hearing. So here we go. As I call your name, would you please come forward, line up behind the podium, be prepared to speak. Richard Slauson, would you please come forward? William Luddy, Peter Deniston. You want to do the, Ms. Galanter is requesting the opponents first? That would be fine. The chair will accommodate that request. Okay, the first 6 speakers will be Greg Patelli, Jill Herlovsky, Lillian Light. Would you please come forward and line up, please? Greg Swiel, Edward, is it Nemzer? And David Ewing. And as you begin to speak, if you could please identify yourself for the record so the clerk can have a record of it. Go right ahead, sir.
My name's Gregory Patelli. I'm a resident of LA. I'm here against Playa Vista as far as Mello-Roos bonds are concerned. According to the Daily Breeze, the day after the last City Council meeting on this issue, East Coast real estate investors, Goldman Sachs and Company, are the investors for Playa Vista. Now, on that same day in the LA Times, in the business section, it says here, Goldman Sachs and Company has amassed $124 million of gold bullion, saying it expects the demand to improve in the months ahead. Goldman has taken half of the gold in the New York Mercantile Exchange warehouses, and according to exchange records, Goldman described the transactions as normal business activity. And I just wanted to congratulate you on awarding them money. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker that I had called was Jill Herlovsky.
Yes.
Go right ahead, ma'am.
I'm a longtime resident of the area, and I would like to tell you people that this country fails to be a democracy when the people are completely and intentionally left out of the process. The people in the area have no idea what you people intend to do to their neighborhood. I think at least the least you can do is let the people know what's going to be done to the area. The traffic is unbearable in the area already. I think that come election time, you people have no trouble finding my mailbox, but when I'm looking for facts on the largest development in the history of Los Angeles, I can't get them anywhere.
Thank you, ma'am. Greg Swiel. Greg Swiel. One final call. Greg Swiel. Okay. Edward Nemzer. If I pronounced that right, sir?
Correct.
Go right ahead, sir.
Ed Nemzer. We're told that this development is going to be a boon to the city of Los Angeles and create a better city. The way I see it, it's really giving into greed and power interests that are going to create an ecological disaster in our part of the city. It's going to just destroy that part of the city, and it's also going to have a negative effect on the whole city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Rex Frankel, followed by Todd Flora, followed by Stephanie Beckman, I believe. Mr. Frankel?
Thank you very much.
Excuse me for one moment. My name was on the last list and I wasn't called.
Please go ahead.
What was your name, sir?
David Ewing. I was the last one of the last list.
Mr. Ewing, you go right ahead, and then Mr. Frankel will follow you.
Thanks. I'm here as a private citizen. I live in Venice. I'm a constituent of Ms. Galanter's. I know that many of the people you'll hear following on the other side have either been paid to come here or have been promised jobs, but those of us who have been able to stay, this was pushed back in the schedule, but I think a lot of us who are here on this side are unpaid. We were led to believe at the beginning of this project that it wasn't going to cost the city anything, that there was going to be no cost to the city, and I'd just like to point out some of the costs which I'm sure you already know, but we're talking about taking on almost $500 million in indebtedness over the course of this project in Belarus bonds, $33 million in MTA infrastructure, as I understand, money which could be going elsewhere in a city that's crying out for funds for all kinds of good things. It's going to cost us 78% more traffic on Lincoln Boulevard, which is the main artery through Santa Monica, Venice, Marina del Rey, Westchester. It's going to necessitate widening Lincoln Boulevard, which is going to be a tremendous disruption to those communities and the businesses on them. We're talking about a 20-something, almost a 30% increase in traffic on San Diego Freeway. I don't understand how these are not costs. And I don't understand why, if it's such a wonderful project, that these investment bankers don't find venture capital for it. Why do they need the city? Because I don't think that the city I don't think that the city should be putting up money for something that the environmental reviews aren't even in on. They don't know, you don't know what you're investing in yet until that information is in. It's also, it's an enormous project, and there's been almost no public debate on it. And I think those things should be at least addressed before the money puts, the city puts money into something like this.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, sir. Rex Frankel, followed by Todd Flora.
Love that sound. I'm Rex Frankel. I'm a 35-year resident of the Westchester area. I represent Save All of Bayona. I've been working most of my adult life to save this last natural area that's left in the city of Los Angeles. I believe that Playa Vista is a shining symbol of dumb growth, environmental racism, and corporate welfare for the next millennium. You all should be congratulated. The $60 million that's being proposed to mitigate the Belmont High School disaster on about a 24-acre site pales to what it's going to cost to mitigate the toxic hazards that are spewing out of the ground at the Bayona Wetlands Playa Vista property. In a 1,000-acre site, at a $3 million average cost to mitigate the Belmont site, you're talking about over $2 billion to clean up the problem of hydrogen sulfide gas and methane gas. Identical problems that we're having at Belmont High School, an area where we shouldn't be locating students, and now we're proposing to locate 30,000 people on top of it at Playa Vista. A good question that we should be asking the landowner today while we're offering them $428 million in Belarus bonds is, where is the methane gas that's bubbling out of their soil coming from? We still don't know. We've been asking the city for months, for years, to find out the source of these toxins. And while wildlife and wildflowers can survive on this land, this is not a safe place to put people or children. The city's Building and Safety Department, in their report that they've just released, states that they're only concerned with structural integrity of the project's buildings, not environmental and health issues. Somebody needs to watch out for the future occupants of this project, and somebody needs to watch out for the taxpayers of the city. And I don't see anybody on this board here doing this. The proposal to solve the toxic hazards at Playa Vista is the same as being proposed at Belmont. The system designed by Sepich Company is actually a plastic methane barrier underneath the buildings. Well, that system is only warranted for 2 years. Well, these buildings are going to last a lifetime for some people. That is a ridiculous assurance of safety in these buildings. This project is truly dumb growth, but it's also racism. Of course, Playa Vista is willing to give at-risk youths many jobs moving dirt on their toxic contaminated land. How benevolent of them. And of course, the city is willing to give hundreds of millions of our tax dollars to help out rich Wall Street billionaires. Of course, Playa Vista hands out huge campaign contributions. I should know, I ran against Ruth Galanter in the last election, and they've poured $20,000 into her campaign. But Playa Vista is not smart growth, it's dumb growth on the last unpaved natural area left in the city. It's dumb growth because the city has never given this much money to redevelop economically forgotten parts of town, but instead gives the subsidy to the wealthy west side of town. It's true that Playa Vista is creating lots of jobs, jobs for lobbyists, jobs for lawyers, and if it's built on this methane and hydrogen sulfide, it'll be creating jobs for doctors, nurses, and morticians.
Thank you, Mr.
Vote no.
The next speaker is Todd Flora. Todd Flora. Last call, Todd Flora. Okay, next speaker is Stephanie, is it Beckman? Yes, followed by Susan Collins, followed by Harriet Fisher. Ms. Beckman, go right ahead.
Thank you. My name is Stephanie Beckman. I'm a homeowner and resident of Playa del Rey, have been for 7 years now. And council members, I'm sure you've all heard and done a lot of research on the pros and cons of this project. I myself got involved about 4 years ago because it was really important to me, being a resident and member of the community, to find out what was exactly going on. And my list, this is how it looks to me. Loss of open space, destruction of natural wetlands, endangered species in jeopardy, a freshwater retention basin in a saltwater wetland, liquefaction danger in case of an earthquake, traffic congestion that cannot be mitigated by anyone. You know, no one has shown us a mitigation method for the traffic yet that is acceptable, methane gas, pending lawsuits, and abandonment by the key tenant of the project. I don't understand how you can even consider approving facilities districts for the Mello-Roos bonds for a project with this many problems. Think about it. And in fact, there hasn't been a correct environmental impact study done. So please don't continue to make approvals that push this troubled project along. The people in that community do not want a massive development. They want the Ballona wetlands preserved and restored. In fact, this is one of the angles of Playa Capital, that they'll give that as a token. That is because the neighborhood wants their wetlands preserved and restored. And even the state has realized and included millions of dollars for the acquisition and restoration of the Ballona wetlands in Prop 12 to be voted on in March. Don't approve bonds to improve land the public doesn't want developed, or at the very least, wait until these issues have been resolved. And listen to people here speaking in opposition. They are from the community. Think about the long-term impacts of approving bonds to improve a project that is this troubled and is so strongly opposed by the community.
Thank you, ma'am. Susan Collins.
Hi, my name is Susan Collins. I live in Fox Hills with my son, and I just felt that I had to come down here today because we live there, and just to have a massive development going on, I think it would become unbearable for us and for the other people that live there with all the traffic. And we just need that open space to be able to drive through there and have a little fresh air to breathe. And I just think we need to save the last remaining open area. We don't need any more developments. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Harriet Fisher, followed by Elizabeth Weaver.
Hi, my name is Harriet Fisher. The west side of Los Angeles needs more open space, not less. Paving over the last remaining wetlands in the city, a precious resource, so that developers can fill their pockets, building luxury condos, is not what we should be doing with Mello-Roos bonds. These funds should be directed to redevelopment of the underserved areas of the city, which truly need it. The area in question is already overstressed in terms of traffic and the resultant pollution. The existing facilities can absolutely not support the massive influx of commuters this development would bring. Finally, it appears that we would be heading for another Belmont Learning Center boondoggle by erecting buildings on land that cannot be considered safe to build on. Wildlife can safely live in Playa Vista, people cannot. Let's keep it that way.
Thank you. Elizabeth Weaver, followed by Peggy Forster.
I'm Elizabeth Weaver. I'm a resident of Mar Vista, just about 2 miles away from the Playa Vista development, the proposed development, I should say. First, I want to say that, as I understand it, the Mello-Roos bonds are typically used for truly disadvantaged parts of the city. And I don't think by any stretch of the imagination anyone can say that Playa Vista or Playa del Rey is a disadvantaged part of the city. Surely there are plenty of opportunities in the city to put the bonds to better use, to revitalize neighborhoods where people live and work and spend their free time, not just commute to for jobs and then leave because a huge percentage of the housing units there they can't afford. Only rich people can afford them. I also want to say that traffic is already horrible in my area. It's getting worse without Playa Vista. The city's own predictions say that huge increases in traffic and pollution will be coming with Playa Vista. There's nowhere to put that traffic. And I think that the bond and the development are going to hurt my family, my neighborhood, and the entire West Side. And I just want to add that I attended a meeting of my local neighborhood association last week. Scores of people turned out opposed to Playa Vista, but many of them work during the day and many are quite elderly and they couldn't be here. And I just think it's unfortunate that there can't be a forum for the city council to hear from more of these people, because there are many people in my neighborhood who really are adamantly opposed to this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Peggy Forster, followed by Marcia Hanscom.
Good afternoon. My name is Peggy Forster. I'm a marriage and family therapist. I live in Santa Monica. I own property and pay taxes in the city of Los Angeles. I am here today to express my concern for our deteriorating quality of life, for the dirty air we breathe, for the population density we have to endure, and for the poor and neglected neighborhoods, for the special interests which siphon off our tax dollars with bogus schemes, all because of poor city planning and unchecked use of government subsidies. And because of my concern, I am in full support of this large coalition of organizations wishing to save all of Baiona. Frankly, I am sickened by the unconscionable bulldozing of our wetlands and the paving over of rare and vital habitat. The Playa Vista project is an insult to the people of this city, and it is being constructed literally at the expense of taxpayers. We are being hoodwinked into funding private developers who are promising low-income housing and much-needed employment to minority youth, a claim which I believe is duplicitous. Such employment will be entry-level and short-term. Construction jobs are always time-limited. No doubt the mayor came into office with a sincere wish to develop jobs, and I believe the city council sincerely supports that goal. But you need to be far more vigilant in weeding out fraud and responding to public concerns. This headlong rush toward ill-conceived urban development in a recreational community is not in the public interest and will certainly never, in any long-term sense, serve the employment needs of minority youth. Once the wetlands are paved over and urbanized, these construction jobs will end. There most certainly will not be parks or picnic areas or recreational areas for low-income or middle-income families. The Playa Vista project will become another Marina del Rey, an upscale millionaire's gated community.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Marcia Hanscom, followed by Sharon King.
Thank you, Honorable Council, for the time and effort you're making to make this a fair hearing this time around. My name is Marcia Hanscom. I'm Executive Director of the Wetlands Action Network, and I'm on the Executive Committee of the Sierra Club Angeles chapter. We have a coalition of 100 groups now that are in favor of saving all of this area. And I'd like to draw your attention to the letter from the Public Interest Lawyers Group that was given to you prior to the hearing. This is very critical information. There's new information from the last time this illegal hearing happened in August, and that is that the California Environmental Quality Act Phase 1 Environmental Impact Report has now been reopened by the City Planning Department. That means that the environmental review is not finished for Phase 1. This is absolutely premature to be handing out financing for a project that we now know has a severe stormwater problem. This was the major mitigation issue that you all approved in approving this project originally. A federal judge has said it is not going to work, it's questionable, and now the city agrees that this alternate plan that the developers have come up with must be studied under a supplemental environmental impact report. This is, if you will review this, what our attorneys have said to you, we may not have a court reporter here today, but you can be sure we're ordering the videotape, and this is actionable if you approve this. Additionally, Councilwoman Galanter has said numerous times that there is no cost to the public here. Just yesterday, I looked up the City of LA website and found, to my astonishment, nearly $1 million that has been let out by you folks just in the last few years for consultants, many of whom are here today, some of whom have very good relationships with you. These are all consultants who are just working on the Mello-Roos issue for the city and Playa Vista. Incredible. Why is that? Maybe this money, this $428 million, should be used for schools, for fire stations, for police, for what it was originally intended to.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon King, followed by Tom Francis.
Honorable council members, I speak to you with a heavy heart because I do not think you will listen to what I have to say. Los Angeles is more than buildings. It is not just tax assessments. It doesn't have to be dominated by large developments, by out-of-state investors, or by traffic congestion and pollution of such magnitude that it brings misery upon the people of the city. It can be a place of open spaces, an area where people can appreciate our almost vanished native wildlife, both animal and plant. It can be a place that emphasizes quality of life and community self-determination. And it can be a place where investment monies are first and foremost directed to bringing real jobs and affordable housing to the most neglected parts of the city. It grieves me so that you have in effect pitted me against my brothers and sisters in South Central, for whom I would give my life. You have the opportunity to make this vision of mine a reality. Please the use of the Mello-Roos bonds for Playa Vista development is a bad use of taxpayer money. I urge you to reconsider it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Tom Francis, followed by Sabrina Venskus. Mr. Francis.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm here today, my name's Tom Francis, and I'm here today to oppose the establishment of Mello-Roos districts for the Playa Vista project. I speak to people on a daily basis that live in the communities that surround the proposed project, and I can tell you that 9 out of 10 people that I speak to are adamantly opposed to this Playa Vista project. And they're all opposed for one very clear and very simple reason: traffic. Playa Vista, if built, will increase traffic on the 405 freeway by 28%. It would nearly double traffic on Lincoln Boulevard. This project has been sold to the Los Angeles City Council as a, quote, sustainable project. Let's talk about sustainability for a minute. The number one rule for a sustainable project in a large metropolitan area is that you put density near transportation corridors, specifically within 5 minutes walking distance of light rail. As proposed, Playa Vista would be 5 times the density of the surrounding communities. Not only is it not near any transportation corridor that can handle the traffic generated, not only that, but it's right next to the most congested and gridlocked freeway in the entire nation, the 405. This project is in the wrong place. It's time for the Los Angeles City Council to stand up and have a spine and tell these billionaire Wall Street investment consortiums that if they're going to subsidize this project, if you guys are going to help leverage this project into existence, that it needs to go to a blighted area in Los Angeles that needs redevelopment, economic investment, and is near a transportation corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sabrina Venskus, followed by Kurt Steindler.
Hi, my name is Sabrina Venskus, and I'm encouraged that the city did the right thing and is holding another hearing for the public, because on August 13th, of course, the public was shut out, and that violated the Brown Act. But unfortunately, the City Council has once again disenfranchised the public by putting agenda item number 3 at the very end, when almost all of the people that came here today had to leave because they have jobs, and they could only take off a couple hours of work. So in thinking that this was agenda item number 3, of course, they took the earlier part of the day off, and then they had to leave. So because the intent and purpose of this hearing was to allow the public to comment and be heard, and that intent and purpose, in my view, has been undermined, I would ask the City Council for the opportunity for the public to submit written comments, because they're not able to be here today because of the timing of this item. So I would like, once again, I want to ask that the City Council allow written comment, because I know there's a lot of people that really, really wanted to voice their opinion today on this issue. I'm not done. I really wanted somebody to respond to my request.
We'll take that under consideration, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. Kurt Steindler, followed by Ruth. Is it Chair? I'll spell the first few letters of the name. C-H-E-R-I, and I don't know if that's a C-O. Cherico? Kurt Steindler?
Yes, my name is Kurt Steindler. Hello to the council again. I was here in August. I represent the Southwestern Herpetologist Society. This is a Los Angeles-based group of reptile and amphibian enthusiasts. Viewing this, you'd think that I would be talking about the ecological impacts of Baiona, which we believe are untenable. I'd also believe that the community, or speak about the community impacts, which other people have already spoken about quite eloquently. I'm not. I'm here to object directly to this particular proposal for Mello-Roos. Specifically, the resolution failed to properly describe the public facilities to be financed under Government Code 53321C, and fails to specify the rate of taxes that will be placed in this area under Government Code 53321D. The first reason for this, I believe, is that the resolution improperly incorporates by reference certain documents which were not provided to the public and are only in the clerk's office, thus not disenfranchising us from viewing these documents. The second and more important is that the cost for public facilities cannot be correctly estimated, nor can the extent of these public facilities be properly estimated at this time due to the persistent toxic problems in the site and the current ongoing federal the federal lawsuit, the federal appeal about the freshwater basin. Until these issues are resolved, it's unknown how much it's going to cost to build anything or even place a mailbox into this area. Also, I'd like to add, with all due respect to Councilperson Galanter, some objections to the form of this particular hearing, which I understand can and have been put in by an interested party, namely myself. I was not aware to this particular objection until this point. I'd like to have the time to speak. The paper is here. Just take me a minute. I object specifically to the regularity of these proceedings. The amended resolution was improperly noticed. You have changed the very core of the resolution for Mello-Roos by the amendment. This notice should have been re-noticed for a minimum of 30-day hearing according to Government Code 53322A. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not 5322A, it is 53321E. I'm going to ignore the fact that I don't believe the Argonaut is a newspaper in circulation by Iona, as it's a giveaway and there are no racks in the proposed development area whatsoever.
If you can conclude, sir.
Yes, I would. I will do that. Finally, the hearing should be held at a site closer to the development to allow more adequate public comment. And also, I'd like to state for the record that it is unfair to ask this very loose coalition of interested taxpayers and homeowners and residents of the area to always speak first and reveal their hand, especially in light of the fact that they are opposed by the Developers Council, who are very expensive and slick lawyers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker was Ruth Cherico.
Cherico.
Thank you, followed by
Yes.
Kathy Knight.
Good afternoon. I'd just like to repeat what other people have said, that the congestion on Lincoln Boulevard is horrendous. You cannot move in the morning at 9 o'clock, and you cannot move at 5 o'clock in the evening. There isn't an alternate route unless you go over to Sepulveda. You can't go down Main, and the roads just cannot take any more traffic. Thank you.
Kathy Knight. Kathy Knight. One final call for Kathy Knight. Okay, let us go on to Bruce Monroe, followed by Patricia McPherson. Mr. Monroe?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Monroe. I'm a local resident. I'm also a spokesperson today for the Sierra Club of California. We have 160,000 voter, member, and for the most part family people. They're opposed to this development because it violates the interests of the people of the west coast of the United States and our neighbors in Canada and Mexico. The United States is party to an international treaty called the Ramsar Convention because it was signed in a village in Iran named Ramsar. And there are 105 nations that are party to that. And the purpose of the treaty and the convention, which continues to meet and has met recently around these issues of coastal wetland estuaries, the kidneys of the planet, and the source of the commercial fisheries offshore, and the importance of ecotourism and the ability of a coastal wetland to attract busloads of Japanese photographers, birders, and naturalists. I don't ever remember seeing a busload of Japanese tourists touring an industrial area or commercial area or people's condos. But we are party to an agreement in which we agree as a national priority to conserve and preserve and restore and enlarge the acreage in coastal estuaries. That is our national policy as well as our international agreement. The goal of the administration is 1 million additional acres of coastal estuary marshlands, and we have the capability in the surrounding area, in the uplands, to create additional habitat that will meet our national goals. And so the Sierra Club California's Ramsar Wetlands Task Force is on record as opposing, and the 160,000 voters and citizens and workers and patriots of the environment are in opposition to the use of our tax money to underwrite a unnecessary development that's in the wrong place and which would permanently cause the extinction of endangered species, which is a federal violation of the law, and the protection of marine mammals, which is another federal violation of the law. And now, while you do have standing and you do have jurisdiction, you are not the only party or stakeholder or interested party, and I would ask you to consult with these other governmental units at the federal, international, and state level
Thank you, sir.
before you proceed. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Patricia McPherson. Patricia McPherson. Last time for Patricia McPherson. Okay. Mike Wrigley. Mike Wrigley. Mike Wrigley. Okay. Alaire Patterson. Alaire Patterson. Okay, followed by Doug, is it Corthart or Corthat? Yep, Corthat. Thank you. Ms. Patterson?
Yes, my name is Alaire Patterson. I have a degree from Stanford University in Human Biology and Biological Sciences, and I know what sustainable living means. I'm an actor, an ecological activist, resident of LA and Echo Home. Most importantly, I'm the mother of a 2.5-year-old, and that is the real reason I am here. Very simply, to ask the City Council to do the right thing for our future, for our children, to not allow the Ballona wetlands to be destroyed. The science is clear. The developer's own environmental impact report states that the 500-plus species will die due to construction. For the last 4 hours, I've observed and questioned and listened to people here for Playa Vista, and they are for jobs. It's very emotional. We are all for jobs. But Playa Vista is not the answer, no matter what the people for Playa Vista say. No wetlands, no healthy planet, no healthy people, ergo, no jobs, okay? I am a performer with the eco-political street theater troupe Frogworks. We have been doing shows for over 3 years, edutaining people about the wetlands in schools all over Los Angeles. Today, I am dressed as the professor of biology in our new show, Saving Private Pickle Plant. You may have seen the pickle plant. We invite you to see the show. But please, please, I beg and I implore you to vote no. Because everything's coming up wetlands or we'll all die. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Corthat?
Sorry, the councilman cannot equal the glory of Frogworks. I'm sorry, you're probably tainted by the previous votes. My name is Doug Kordoff. I'm here I live in Seal Beach. I'm here to tell you this is a regional issue. It's not just a Los Angeles issue. We're all concerned about the fate of Los Angeles. I never understood how bad things were in Los Angeles till I came to see the city council. I'd also like to point out to you the Brown Act requires not that you hold a public hearing in a perfunctory manner, but that you pay attention with an open mind. So the fact that only a certain portion of the members are here, and the fact that you're not paying a lot of attention, could lend one to believe that you've already made up your mind. In fact, of course, we all know that which way you're going to vote anyway, because you've made your commitments, you've been bought out, or whatever else it might be. We are not going away. You know, we have been here. We care about the environment. We care about the people. We care about jobs. We care about all this stuff. We're not going away. Even should this development, for God forbid, be built, we will be there picketing. We will be handing out flyers. We will be doing lawsuits. There will be no remission to this. And even after we pass on, others will come up because we need these wetlands. There's a bird, for instance, that I happened to see on a tour by Roy Vanderhook of the wetlands, a bird that winters here from the Arctic land. So we need these wetlands to form a pathway so the birds can live. You, to the council, it looks like the Mello-Roos bonds are money for nothing. Let me quote to you from the guidelines. The key advantage of Mello-Roos in assessment financing of public infrastructure accrues to the developers. There are limits to the amount a commercial bank will loan to a given developer or project. Well, in this case, of course, to do a project, you have to borrow money. Now, nobody will lend them money. Why won't anybody lend them money? Because it's a bad project. They don't have a key tenant, and they're running out of money.
If you can conclude, sir.
I have a couple more things to say. And I was here the last time, and I think a lot of people were shut out, and I think you need to hear this because it may be going in the lawsuit.
Well,
for the
we'd
next
like to,
time.
sir, but if you could conclude so I could get to the others, please.
Okay. Now, why issue these bonds? Why issue these bonds unless there are substantial benefits to the city? You don't have to do it. You can say to the developers, we want you to do programs for youth down in South Central. We want you to put commercial facilities down on Slauson and Jefferson and all the places that the city council can't even see. We want you to invest some money in the city. And in fact, we'd like you to move the whole project to the Slauson corridor, because that would revitalize that whole area. It would leave us the wetlands for the birds, and would leave the city for the people, and a livable city.
Thank you, sir.
We don't have enough parks in South Central now. We need more, not less.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Eleanor Katzman, followed by Sheldon Janknowitz. Eleanor Katzman, followed by Sheldon Jacknowitz. Ms. Katzman, go right ahead, ma'am.
I'm Eleanor Katzman. I'm a resident of...
Ma'am, if you could pull that microphone down, there you go.
Okay. My name is Eleanor Katzman. I'm a resident of the West Side, and I'm very much opposed to this project for several reasons. We need more open space, not less. We need less corporate welfare, not more. We need more attention paid to health and environmental hazards, and we need much more attention paid to the wishes of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Jacknowitz, followed by Gretchen Nemser.
Thank you, council members. I used to be a resident of Venice. I moved away about 20 years ago. I live in Saratoga Springs, New York. My children still live here. I moved away because conditions were becoming intolerable, I felt, in the area. Things people have talked about, what's happened, the crowding, the traffic. I was fortunate enough to be able to leave. For my children's sake and for the future of the city, I think you have to consider that growth is not synonymous with progress. You can have a lot of growth, but you can't call it progress in the city. Progress is the quality of life that you want to preserve here, and I hope you do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Gretchen Nemser, followed by Gregory Sotier. Ms. Nemser.
Hello, City Council. My name is Gretchen Nemser. I've lived since 1946 in Venice and Mar Vista. And if you on the City Council and the residents could only visualize what the Playa Vista development is planned to look like and what the traffic would be like, I'm sure you would be against it. I visited the Playa Vista offices, and I saw their three-dimensional plan. What do you call those models? And it is just horrifying to think that a big city like that would be built on top of our wetlands. And don't give Mello-Roos bonds to pave the wetlands. Jackie, I heard you when you were 17 years old out in Venice.
Gregory Sotier, followed by Susan, and I cannot read the last name, the handwriting, but representing Frogworks. Susan, it begins with a S. What was that, ma'am? Suntree. That was the next speaker after Mr. Soter. Mr. Soter?
Hi. I had a long statement to read, but I was shut out last August by the City Council from entering it into public record. Fortunately for you, a lot of the stuff that I was going to talk about has already been mentioned by others, so I'll spare you. But I do have something quick that I would like to say. Today, the City Council can do something very dramatic here or very typical. you can continue to feed overfed developers who have very little interest in any sense of community for the Ballona wetlands and the surrounding areas, other than ones that will fatten their own wallets. Or you can do the dramatic and visionary and say no to these developers and become a bellwether for a saner appropriation of funds, specifically Mello-Roos funds, that would truly benefit LA's coastal community. Why not earmark funds for long-term job training and placement projects that would truly help the people of color in my community, rather than these breadcrumbs that the billionaire developers are offering them? Lastly, I live in Ruth Galanta's district, and even though she ignores my presence, I'm here today asking you and the City Council to represent me and stop this development.
Thank you. Susan Suntry, followed by Jan Williamson. Suntry?
Yes, I'm Susan Suntry. I am an English professor at East Los Angeles College. And if these bonds allow Playa Vista to be built, the 10 tons of new air pollution that Playa Vista would generate will not blow into the lungs of the Wall Street bankers. This 10 tons of air pollution will not blow to New York City and infiltrate the stock exchange. It will blow into the lungs of my students and me when I'm teaching there. And the air pollution at East LA is really bad, and the students there know it. And the students there know the difference between corporate welfare and a city council that truly cares about their interests. I know. I teach there full time. I've been there for 10 years. And they are committed, as I am, to see the city do right by the people in East LA. I also play Private Betty Lou Pickle Plant of the Ballona Task Force. And I'm here to tell you that my people have lived in the Ballona wetlands for over 70,000 years, since before the last ice age. And a federal judge is very concerned about my survival, because the federal judge has ruled that there has to be a new EIR, because the so-called freshwater marsh is going to poison me, is going to destroy me. And the largest development in the city of Los Angeles that's going to be placed right in the Brackish Midlands, which is where I live, and which is where all the endangered birds that nest in the pickle plant live, are going to be destroyed, totally destroyed. Now, this is not a good thing. Now, listen, folks, I can live with methane, but these people cannot live with methane, and you can't afford them to try to live with methane. I can promise you that. Now, I heard a very wonderful thing. In Seattle, at the World Trade Organization, we saw labor and environment standing together. It's no longer jobs versus environment. It's jobs and environment standing together. And my favorite placard was, "Turtles and Teamsters together at last." And I'm here to say that with over 100 members, 100 organizations that have joined the coalition to save all of Ballona, including the Labor Community Strategy Center and the Bus Riders Union, that's happening in LA now too. Labor and environment are standing together. The pickle plant and the people of Los Angeles standing together at last.
Thank you, ma'am.
Save private pickle plant.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Patricia McPherson. I had my name called earlier. I was at the other CIDLAC meeting, which has now been postponed, so I'm back, if I may speak.
And your name, ma'am?
Patricia McPherson, Grassroots Coalition, Friends of Animals, Earthway Foundation.
Okay, ma'am. Right after you, we'll have Jan Williamson, followed by David Cuff. Go right ahead, ma'am.
All right. No funding should be allowed until full disclosure of the toxic and hazardous conditions of the Playa Vista site are fully disclosed, as well as including the full disclosure of the risks and costs of any mitigation system, both startup and long-term, through the SEIR process. To further refuse to call for actual data from the Southern California Gas Company in order to properly investigate the true source of the thermogenic gas at Playa Vista is and will continue to be negligence on the part of the LA City in protecting the public's health and safety. There must be a review of all the wells at Playa Vista, including the gas company records pertaining to this issue. There's much information we knew through the Public Utilities investigation that's been ongoing that it has been established that the gas company has created a pattern of deceit and misinformation regarding the Montebello facility and the Playa Vista facility since 1955. Who will be responsible for the cost if there is future mitigation system failure? What are the liabilities for this city for approving the usage of Mello-Roos funding for infrastructure that will be affected by the gases and the dewatering and the mitigation system itself? All of these questions and their answers must be a part of the disclosure process. There is no site to compare with the Playa Vista site in terms of modeling to show that a gas mitigation system will work. Our Building and Safety Department does not account for anything other than methane, and it has come under fire, the seepage system that the city has used for years now, because the city has not done its homework with regard to the seepage methane mitigation system. It has a 2-year warranty on the membrane for that system. It has been totally discredited for the use at Belmont. Building and Safety does not address any of the toxic issues, and they have not yet been addressed with regard to the Mello-Roos bonds nor the SIDLAC funds. There has not been disclosure of this to the Mello-Roos, for the Mello-Roos bonds nor the SIDLAC bonds. There's also the issue of subsidence that has not been addressed at Playa Vista, and also through Dr. Patricia Williams in Louisiana, they've raised the country's awareness of radium hazards generated in the produced waters of the oil field setting and contaminating near water surfaces. All of this must be studied. All of this must be studied with full disclosure before anything and any approvals go forward.
Thank you, ma'am. Before we, the next speaker is Jan Williamson. Jan Williamson here. Okay. So before we go on to the next speaker, as a courtesy to everyone here, we've had an hour of public testimony. We're going to have another hour of public testimony. We're going to take a 10-second, seventh inning stretch here for a moment, and then we will begin again. Okay, now we will go on to Jan Williamson. If she's not here, David Cuff. Okay, stretch is over. David Cuff, followed by Jack Neff. Jack Neff will follow David Cuff. Mr. Cuff?
Good afternoon, Honorable Pro Tem President, Honorable members. Oh, and Ruth. My name is David Koff. I am a resident of Los Angeles and have been for 7 years. I am a writer and an actor. I fix computers. I'm a concerned citizen, I'm an activist, and I'm a member of a theater troupe called Frogworks. We've been performing in the streets of Venice and Santa Monica for many years now, trying to educate the public on the issues that are being discussed here today. The fact that so many people don't know what's going on regarding the development at Playa Vista concerns me as a citizen. And what I have learned in the past 3 years, thanks to some many unsung heroes who are against the building of this project, is that this body of people and the local government, which is supposed to represent me, the other people in this room, have repeatedly broken the law in order to push this development through. I'm lucky to even be standing here today because a lawsuit was filed that allows me to be here today. Thanks to that, I'm even allowed to be here. I'm going to make the assumption, based on how this was treated in the past, that most of you have already made your decision and that you've sold out for one way or the other. And it makes me think, what are the individual citizens of Los Angeles supposed to do or say to convince the people who they elect to represent them that they care enough and that they have enough concern that they wish to have a voice in the procedures which are going to affect their neighborhood? So I'll ask you two things. First off, to remember that this isn't just a development. It's not just a business. You may try to run the city as a business, but this is not a business. It's a community of people. We're a neighborhood of people. And in this case, I'll also remind you that it's also a neighborhood with a natural resource. We have 1,000 acres of nature, trees, and animals. Every acre of land that you destroy is a strike against not only yourselves, but your children and your grandchildren. Every natural resource you take away from the city is something you're taking away from yourself.
Thank you, sir.
Secondly, I'll quote John F. Kennedy in reference to what happened this past week in Seattle. Kennedy said, "Those who make peaceful evolution impossible ensure violent revolution." And I'd like to introduce all of you to our favorite mascot in Frogworks. It's the Ruth Galanter puppet. And just so you know, just like your Ruthie is, you'll notice our Ruthie is also a puppet. Thank you very much.
Jack Neff, followed by Jennifer Engel. Jack Neff. Last call for Jack Neff. Jennifer Engel. Jennifer Engel. Followed by Valerie Fowler. Ms. Engel?
Yes, I'm Jennifer Engel, and I'm a resident of Venice, California. I'm a homeowner. I moved there about 5 years ago. Yes.
Could you pull the microphone down so we
sorry.
can hear you? They'll go right ahead.
Okay. Anyway, I was born in Santa Monica. I'm a resident of Venice. My mother was born here. These wetlands, I used to go clam digging in. These wetlands are our cultural heritage. I've been researching as a wildlife journalist, following what's happening to wildlife around the world. And really, this is our opportunity right now to save the entire wetlands. I can't tell you how sickened I am by the massive. Okay, let me say this. I see all these people sitting here and no one is listening. I see a lot of bored faces, and I don't know who I'm talking to, but a big wall. I've seen all 3 other cases. All you guys are pro-development. You're not listening to the people. I've been out there in my neighborhood telling people what's happening with this Playa Vista development, and no one knows. The community is against it. Now, where are you? Are you representing us? Because if you are, you need to get real. And we want our land back because that's my land. I was born here.
Thank you, ma'am. Valerie Fowler, followed by Frank, I believe it's Corfum or Corfin, or I can't read the last name too well. Valerie Fowler?
Yes, I'm Valerie Fowler, resident of Los Angeles, and I am partially standing between both environmentalists and developers, as my well-being depends on developers thanks to my very successful in-laws. However, I know that developers can develop in other places. And one also interesting fact is Phase 1 of this proposal has now been reopened for supplemental environmental review. So it's way too early to give this money away. In fact, it's illegal. Therefore, put off this decision for 6 months and let's review it to see what exactly you're looking at. And there's also another point that the environmentalists that I have worked with and am a part of are in no way against jobs, especially not jobs for inner city youth. As a counselor at Manual Arts in South Central, I can tell you that there are many inner city youths that are interested in jobs, as you well know. And these same inner city youth, we are a business magnet school, are interested in jobs that are not hurting the environment. That is well on their minds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Frank, and I don't want to mispronounce the name.
My name is Frank Cordum. I'm a member of the North Valley Coalition.
Sir, one moment before we begin. The following person that will follow Mr. Cordum, that will be Lori King. Go right ahead, sir.
I'm here today because it's clear to me that Los Angeles is acquiring a reputation as a world capital for corporate welfare. This morning you sacrificed the health of the city because corporate interests don't want to recycle and want a cheap place to put their trash. Now it looks like you're going to further jeopardize the health of the city because corporate interests want you to finance their project and destroy a unique wetland area. There's definitely a pattern developing here, and if you think the world isn't watching, you're mistaken.
Thank you, sir. Laurie King. Laurie King. Final call for Laurie King. Okay. Eric Rossborough, followed by Jane Ann Jeffries. Mr. Rossborough?
Hi, my name is Eric Rossborough. I live in Santa Monica. I'm concerned about this project because traffic and congestion have greatly increased over the west side. As many people have told you, please do not support a project that will double traffic on Lincoln Boulevard. There's very little open space left on the west side of Los Angeles. Please preserve what little is left. Please think of the long-term health of the community. Increased traffic congestion is not the way to do that. And I just don't understand why you're providing corporate welfare for the developers who are already billionaires. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jane Ann Jeffries.
No, I'm not Jane Ann Jeffries, but she asked me to speak on behalf of her. I have a card here that says she wanted to pass her time to me because she had to leave and teach a class at 2:20.
Ma'am, if that's the way it's going to be, I'm going to hold your card to the end if you're going to be speaking again, and I'm going to have the other speakers proceed.
Okay,
So
that's
if you-
fine.
Susan Nelson. Susan Nelson. Okay, moving on. Alberta, is it Weilander? Is Susan Nelson here?
I'm standing here.
Okay, ma'am.
My name is Susan Nelson. I'm a longtime environmentalist since 1962 with the Friends of the Santa Monica Mountains, Sierra Club, and many other groups, including the Hillside Federation. And I just echo everything that's been said about this ridiculous project. It's most ridiculous because the money that you're giving these parasites, I have to say, the money you're giving the parasites equals the value of the land. So all we have to do is use the same money to purchase the land, add it to the present Playa del Rey or Bayona wetlands, and extend this wonderful open space up to the freeway. This land I grew up in, I learned to swim there and fish there, and the wetlands went all the way back beyond Culver City up to Redondo Boulevard. I played in them when I was a child in the Fairfax area, and they had been diminished with concrete, with flood control, with everything you can, and that stupid, ridiculous marina built by the county for all the criminals in the world. And I think you have to, at one time, take a stand on this, because it's a ridiculous place for you to be, and remember the Battle of Seattle.
Alberta Weilander, ma'am, I'm sorry if I mispronounced the name, followed by Werner Solar. Ma'am, go right ahead.
I'm Alberta Wailuda.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
I have lived in the marina, and I now live in Culver City, but I have more family in the marina. And I've lived to a nice, ripe old age, in which most people are dead by my age. And for the first time, I learned that people in government can give my tax dollars to people who are super rich, just to plaster over our wetlands and build homes to make more money. And I wonder, where is the fairness in all this? It's about time. I think we learn something every day, and to learn that our leaders lead us down the path of, I don't know, perdition. I'm sorry to see that. So please, leave our wetlands to give life to us and pleasure, and save our money for really good objects. All right.
Thank you, ma'am. Werner Solar, followed by Rosemary Woodlock. Mr. Solar.
My name is Werner Soler, and I'm here to speak out for the prevention of all the remaining Bellona wetlands. I live in the neighborhood, and in order to make my point, I would like to borrow a couple of words from a much wiser person than myself. It was a great chief, Seattle, the Indian chief, who about 100 years ago, or a little more than that, when he was asked by the government of the United States to concede his land, made the following comments. He said, "If we decide to accept, I will make one condition. The white man must treat the beasts of this land as his brothers. I am a savage and do not understand any other way." He goes on and he says, "Where is man without the beasts? If the beasts were gone, man would die from the great loneliness of spirit. For whatever happens to the beast soon happens to man. All things are connected. This we know. The earth does not belong to man. Man belongs to the earth. This we know. All things are connected, like the blood which unites one family. All things are connected. Whatever befalls the earth befalls the sons of the earth. Man did not weave the web of life. He is merely a strand in it. Whatever he does to the web, he does to himself." And with that, I think we're at 6 billion people on this planet now. If we let the land go, the beasts will go, and soon we will follow that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Rosemary Woodlock, followed by Bernard Andres.
My name is Rosemary Woodlock. I'm the attorney for the Grassroots Coalition. I only received word this morning about the supplemental EIR, and I only have a few comments to make on it. One is the decision to prepare a supplemental EIR is based on facts justifying the preparation of a supplemental EIR. Those facts are based on new information and changed circumstances which occurred before today. Therefore, any decision that you attempt to make today cannot be illegal because you cannot make findings based on the 1993 and 1995 approvals of the Phase 1 EIR. That's just basic, simple California Environmental Quality Act law. Therefore, to subject $400 million of the city's credit rating to a project where the information that has come forth since that EIR was approved is absolutely appalling with respect to toxic contamination, with respect to potential explosions, with respect to technology that isn't even approved, is subjecting the taxpayers of this city to liabilities that are practically incalculable. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Bernard Andres.
Excuse me, my name is Kathy Knight. I was waiting here since 10 o'clock, and I had to leave the room when you called my name, and I'd still like to speak.
Ms. Knight, we'll get to you right after Mr. Andres.
Thank you.
Mr. Andres?
Yes. My name is Bernard Andres, and I would like to address the council on the most important issue that the gas company has operated the Playa del Rey gas storage facility since 1942, immediately adjacent to this complex. It's been operated in a fashion that has allowed billions, I emphasize billions of cubic feet of gas to leak out of the gas storage field. It has now been identified unequivocally through scientific studies that the gas has invaded the very shallow zones that completely underlie this Playa Vista project. In specific terms, at 20 feet and at 50 feet, we have highly permeable zones in which the gas has migrated from the westerly direction easterly, completely underlying the site, and the volumes of gas are between 80 and 90% by volume. Effectively, what this will mean is that there'll be very, very sophisticated mitigation systems that will have to be installed and will have to be maintained virtually into perpetuity for many, many years. This information, in terms of the true characterization, has only recently been determined through the city's independent retention of an out-of-state expert. However, we have attempted to bring these issues to the city's attention for a long, long time. the escape of the large volumes of gas has been documented within official reports prepared by the Southern California Gas Company. The gas company has refused to provide any type of assistance to determine the true extent of the health and safety hazard. So we have, number one, an enormous explosion hazard, and we also have toxic chemicals that are being carried. The methane gas is serving as a carrier gas for many other toxic chemicals. We basically have a situation that's not unlike the Belmont fiasco, and which everyone has been reading about. So I thank you for your time and patience, but I certainly want to bring to your attention that this is an enormous, enormous health and safety risk, which when the developers are long gone, the city is going to be the deep pocket, and I would emphasize the fact that the liability that the city would ultimately undertake, especially for having given approval to go ahead under these extremely dangerous conditions, is very, very serious matter.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Kathy Knight, followed by the lady who was assigned time by Jane Ann Jeffries.
Thank you.
Ms. Knight.
Good afternoon, Council. I would like to follow up on what Mr. Andres said. I think the City of Los Angeles should not accept any of this land. Do not have any land dedicated to you. Do not accept it until you know what's going on with the gas out there, because when you accept any of this land and any dedication, you accept the liability for the toxic gas. And there's 83% methane coming out adjacent to the proposed school site. So please do not accept any of this land until you understand what's going on. Secondly, this Playa Vista was bragging that they're moving Hollywood west, that they're going to build all these sound studios there and all of that stuff. Well, Hollywood needs to stay where Hollywood is. We don't need more jobs west. We need jobs spread over the city. Thirdly, there is a huge litigation potential. On the Belmont High School, when they started constructing, it changed the gas migration problems into the neighborhood. There are 2 little girls that told somebody I know that they're breathing H2S daily, every morning. It comes in through their window. I tried as a social worker, the Central area has been my area for many years. I tried as a social worker to inform about 6 government agencies to get help for these 2 little girls, ages 6 and 8, and I could not get help for them. Apparently, there's no protocol to help these children. Their parents didn't understand what they were breathing. If that happens, and again, the situation at Playa Vista is much worse than Belmont, you are going to get lawsuits kazoo on the west side. So you should not be doing anything until you know what's going on with that toxic gas. My final comment is, the Ballona wetlands were a public trust land for 9,000 years, used by the people in this area for 9,000 years in public trust. Only the last 200 years have they come into private ownership. I think it's time we put the wetlands and the dry lands back into the public trust. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, speaking on behalf of Jane Ann Jeffries, some of you support this project because you believe that there's going to be affordable housing. So I just want to quickly address the economic implications of Mello-Roos on affordable housing. First of all, property owners, future property owners, will be paying for the infrastructure that will be paid for by these Mello-Roos bonds. And the upshot is that condo owners and regular apartment renters will be charged double tax on their property, a double property tax. So how is this affordable? Who in the low-income or middle-income brackets are going to choose to pay double property tax rather than just one property tax elsewhere? Second, affordable housing. $40 million in state bonds have already been approved for the Fountain Park Apartments, which are the housing development that the developer proposes to build. Have no building permits yet on. Only 94 out of 409 units at this proposed Fountain Park development will be affordable. The other 300 units will be going to super luxury condos, including $1,150 studios and $1,450 one-bedrooms. This is not market rate, folks. We don't have that kind of price range for studios and one-bedrooms over currently on the west side. In comparison, Park Lane Housing on Martin Luther King Boulevard has 117 units, All of them are affordable, not just 20%, and developers there only needed $5.3 million in bond allocations. Here, Playa Vista developers want almost 8 times that amount for only 409 units where only 20% will be affordable. So think about the implications of Mello-Roos bonds on affordable housing. Finally, and very shortly, the developer will come up here and say that they are preserving the wetlands. The fact of the matter is, there's 1,000 acres there that are part of the entire Ballona wetlands ecosystem. So don't be fooled or sucked into the wetlands, what's wetlands versus what's not wetlands argument. Thanks for your time. I want to say I really, really appreciate everybody sitting here and listening. The public really needs a chance to speak their views.
Thank you, ma'am.
So thank you.
Thank you. Finally, we have, ma'am, I believe you've had an opportunity to speak.
I have a note from Jan Williamson. She could not, she had to leave.
Ma'am,
If I may read it?
I believe you already had an opportunity to speak. I'm going to call on the persons now on the other side of
If
the
you
aisle,
have time,
please.
though, for Jan Williamson's
Ma'am,
statement?
you've already had an opportunity to speak.
But you just let someone
If
else.
it's a written comment,
Yes.
ma'am, you could submit it to the clerk.
Okay, from Jan Williamson. Thank
Yes, you may do that. You may submit it to the clerk if it's a written comment.
But you just let someone else read a note, though.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Next, we have Peter Deniston. Sir, what was your name?
Milton Vester.
I do not have a card for you, sir.
Young Vester, I put on the card.
I do not have a card for you, sir.
I turned it in.
Sir,
I only need a minute, okay?
yeah, let's do quickly, sir, if you could, and then if you could fill out a card after you're done so we could have it for the record, please.
I'll be happy to.
Please, go right ahead.
My name is Milton Vester. I live in Mar Vista. There's a chill in the air. Don't you feel it? I don't know where it comes from. Could be because there's so many council members that chose not to hear what we had to say about this issue. But it could be also be from the hard cash that is going to potentially line the pockets of the developers and the Wall Street financiers. I fear there's additional cold hardiness present regarding the future of the diverse and unique wildlife now present in Ballona wetlands, which cannot thrive when confined to too small an area. And more importantly, is the decline of life quality due to increased congestion and pollution sure to result in this project. So have a heart. Vote no on Mello-Roos and save all of Ballona. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, Peter Deniston, followed by William Luddy.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Peter Deniston. I am president of Playa Vista. I compliment the stamina of the City Council, and I certainly appreciate the perseverance of all the supporters of Playa Vista that are in the audience today. I strongly appreciate the support that the Council has given for Playa Vista and the Mello-Roos issue over the case of the last few months. In the interest of time, I just want to minimize the kind of time I take. I do have 2 letters that I'd like to submit for the record and also address a couple of points that were recently raised. First, the formation of a Mello-Roos district does not trigger a review requirement under CEQA. Moreover, Playa Vista's Phase 1 development has already been fully reviewed under CEQA and upheld by the courts. The interim detention basin mentioned by the project opponents will not be funded with Mello-Roos dollars, and city analysis of the impacts of this interim detention basin does not reopen the certified Phase 1 EIR in any way. Second, the amount of the bonds actually expected to be requested next year is under $200 million, which leaves over $300 million in Mello-Roos bond capacity under city policy available for other projects. In light of the extraordinary public benefits provided by Playa Vista, I ask for your favorable consideration of Community Facilities Districts 4 and 5. I would also ask for your favorable consideration of the Joint Community Facilities Agreement with Culver City, which will be on the agenda later. Thank you for your continued support. Playa Vista is moving forward.
Thank you, sir. Bill Luddy. Bill Luddy. Richard Slauson. Dick Slauson. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Council President and council members. We appreciate you
listening so intently this afternoon on both sides of the issue. But it's been going on for a long, long time now. I represent the Los Angeles and Orange Counties Building and Construction Trades Council, representing 125,000 craftsmen and women throughout the area, and we're asking you to approve the proposed ordinance creating Community Facilities Districts 4 and 5 at Playa Vista. As you are all aware, the projects at Playa Vista are important to the craftsmen and women that we represent, and as well to the young people in our community, many of whom are here today in the back of the room, who need good jobs in their futures to be able to survive, to raise their families, pay their bills, and pay their mortgages. Approving the ordinance will allow the residential and commercial projects to go forward, creating these jobs. Playa Vista is good for Los Angeles, and the construction of these 3,800 new residential units in the first phase of the overall project will help to alleviate the housing shortage and the crisis in housing that the city is already facing. We would like your support in moving this item and allowing Playa Vista to remain on track. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We have Hector Marroquin.
If I could, Lisa Specht, representing Playa Vista, we are ready for the council to proceed, because I believe the council is ready, and we will waive all other comment at this time.
Thank you.
Unless there are questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we are going to close the public hearing. Council colleagues, if you would like to speak on this item, would you please push your button? I do have Councilwoman Goldberg who would like to speak, so the chair recognizes Councilwoman Goldberg.
Actually, I just wanted to get, is there a staff report so that we could understand some of the things that are before us today?
Could we please have staff come forward?
We have a 3A and a 3B, and I have no idea what they are about or what they do. I mean, I've read them, but oh.
They modified. Go ahead.
Okay.
The council has just already acted on 3A and 3B, but let me
Okay.
walk you through both of those motions. The
Okay.
first motion basically modifies...
No, that's all right. If they've already acted on it, I wasn't here yet, so I just missed that. So we're just looking at 20 then?
We're looking at item 3 in its totality, and the ordinance is before the council.
Okay, then, okay. Would you explain how 3A and B changes 3?
Okay.
Since I do understand 3.
Okay. 3A would modify the resolution of intention in several ways. And if you have a CAO report before you, I will walk you through. On page 2 of that report, what it basically does is previously before, we have 3 districts, Community Facilities Districts 4, 5, and 6. 4 and 5 have always been tied together. And the motion before you, what we've done basically is decoupled them so that they are standalone districts.
Okay.
And as a result of that decoupling, there were modifications made, and that was acted on through the motion, that basically allows us to decouple so that CFD 5 doesn't act as a security for CFD 4. So they're all standing on their own.
Okay.
And those are the bulleted items on page 2 of the report.
Okay. My next question is, what improvements exactly do the Mello-Roos bonds pay for?
Also, there is a list. Exhibit A I'll just walk you through.
Yes.
There are various types of improvements, such as streets and traffic improvements, transportation system improvements. They're in global, broader terms: fire station, library, police station, freshwater marsh improvements, riparian corridor improvements, parks and landscaping, utilities, storm drains, groundwater, et cetera.
Does any of this Mello-Roos bond go to the developer to build the project?
We will be paying for fully completed and functional sections, so as they complete a particular area, whether it's a storm or a street drain, then we would be paying for that. They'd be submitting it. So the city, it's for infrastructure improvements.
Let me ask that again, because I
Okay.
want to be real clear on this. Does this money go to the developer to build the project?
No, they build the project. Once it's constructed and completed, they would submit a request for payment
for that completed segment that we've outlined in what will come before you, which is an infrastructure funding agreement that will be coming before the council at a later date.
But the money that the Mello-Roos bond goes for is not their project, but for the infrastructure such as streets,
Correct.
libraries, and things like that.
Correct.
Okay. I think that's all my questions for the moment.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The chair recognizes Council President Pro Tem Gallanter.
I'd like to move approval of item 3.
Okay. There is a motion to approve. Mr. Burnson, do you second?
Second and previous question.
Okay. Since there is no further debate on this issue, Madam Clerk, would you open the roll on the ordinances for item number 3 and tabulate the vote?
12 ayes.
Okay, those items are approved. Forthwith to the mayor for signature. Next item.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 20 is a,
I believe what we wanted to do was take item number, housing one, was it item number 11? I believe at this time what we are going to do is take item number 11. So item number 11 is before us. Chair recognizes Mr. Hernandez.
Mr. President, members of the council, this item is on the human service delivery system, and I have had extensive hearings in the appeal process as well as in committee, but I would move for about a 5-minute hearing for those against and for the project so that some voices could be heard at this level.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. What I have before me are either persons who, I believe we have the majority for the proposal. I believe we have 2 against, and then some with general comments. So first, I would like to ask the following 2 persons who have filled out cards against the proposal. That is Juan Jimenez and Patricia Rodriguez. If you could please come forward to the podium. Juan Jimenez, Patricia Rodriguez, are they in the audience? On item number 11?
Dave Hirsch.
Okay, I'm going to hold these cards on the desk in case they do show up. Let us move on to some other speakers. Cecilia Muniz. Cecilia Muniz, Lorraine Marco, Okay, ma'am, you are?
Cecilia Muñiz.
Go right ahead, ma'am.
Yes, I want to thank you for just allowing me to speak. My name is Cecilia. I'm with the Asian American Drug Abuse Program, and I'm a counselor for the NIPM program, and I'm just here to let you know that, actually on behalf of the youth, they wanted the council to know that that they're really devastated at the fact that their program is not going to be funded, and they would like for you to reconsider finding funds to go ahead and allow them to continue their process, their counseling, and so forth. And as a counselor, I just want you to know that the program is a wonderful program, and it really does work. And if you would see some of the stories and just talk to some of those individuals, and you would see how terrific the program is and how worth the money it is. So I just want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Lorraine Marco? Lorraine Marco? Pass. Thank you, ma'am. Angel Perez Jr.? Angel Perez from El Centro de Amistad? Angel Perez. Okay. Hector Ramirez from Para los Niños? Hector Ramirez. Okay. Clyde E. Hill from Teen Post Inc. Clyde Hill. Mr. Hill, go right ahead, followed by Marjorie Kruger. Mr. Hill.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, distinguished council members, thank you. My name is Clyde Hill, Executive Director of Teen Post. I'm not here to point fingers or discuss a RFP that I personally think was flawed. Team Post is one of the last 4 agencies to come out of the fires of the Watts riots. We are human service providers first and technical writers second. I'm here to ask the council to seriously find funds for agencies who are underfunded or not funded at all. The monies we are asking today are for human services. We must deal with our clients, our communities, with that human element and all the subjective human factors that go with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Marjorie Kruger. Marjorie Kruger, followed by Norma Jean Vescovo. Ms. Kruger?
Good afternoon. I'm Marjorie Kruger, the SEPA 5 Poverty Sector Alternate Rep. First, we do appreciate all the time and consideration the CED Committee and the City Council is giving to these matters. And the mood amongst many agencies in SEPA 5 is not good. There is a sense of moral outrage and indignation among several of the agencies not funded in the present RFP proposal system. As I've stated before, SEPA 5 is unique in that it serves as special target populations of youth, elderly, and the disabled. These agencies provide life-sustaining services such as food, youth activities and mentoring, housing, and employment assistance. Some of these agencies have track records dating back to the Watts riots. They have established their own networking systems of case management. If these agencies are forced to shut their doors, it will only increase crime, delinquency, homelessness, and unemployment. We increase the risk in all the SEPAs that Los Angeles will project the image of a third world slum instead of the great and diverse city it really is. We live in a time of a booming recovery, yet this recovery has not yet trickled down to all those who so desperately need the services of these agencies. These agencies can provide the link to the prosperity we all should presently enjoy.
Thank you, ma'am.
Could I add a couple more things too?
If you could make it quick, ma'am, because we
Okay.
have other speakers and we only have 5 minutes for hearing.
Okay, short term, we need to proceed with Juan Jimenez, a fellow CAB member's suggestion to investigate the RFP process recently completed. If an injustice has occurred, it can be rectified. If not, then the process will be validated. Either way, there's nothing to lose. Secondly, we recommend that once this matter is resolved, until this matter is resolved, we continue funding all the agencies and all the SEPAs under the present system. Long term, we need to revise this process and the appeal process so that it more correctly focuses on the validation of an agency's work in the community rather than their language in a proposal, since the overall concern of all parties involved should be the welfare of the client.
Thank you, ma'am. Norma Jean Vescovo. Norma Jean Vescovo. Ernestine Myers, followed by Ray Grabinski. What was your name, sir? Okay, we'll have to get back to you in a moment, sir. We only have 5 minutes of hearing here, folks, so if you could please
Okay.
speak. Norma Jean Vescovo?
Yes, I'm the Executive Director of the Independent Living Center, and we, at this point, support the committee's report that it will be submitted. As far as we know, we haven't seen it in writing, but from what we understand. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Yes. And Mr. Councilman Hernandez, we want to commend you on your good work. Thank you.
And your name was, sir?
Gail Williams, President of the Board of the Independent Living Center.
Thank you, sir. Ernestine Myers. Ernestine Myers, followed by Juan Jimenez.
Thank you very much. To the President Pro Tem and to the Community Economic Development Committee Chairperson, Councilman Hernandez, and the other council people, I really appreciate this opportunity. As you know, I'm Ernestine Myers, Program Director for El Nido Family Centers, and I'm here speaking in concert with the recommendation that the committee is making, which is to provide funding. Our agency received 1 point below the cutoff, but we're in support of adding additional agencies to provide the services for the families in the communities. While the additional agencies would not receive the full amount, it would give us and other agencies a way of continuing until the city could help us locate additional funding. So we are really in support of what the committee is going to recommend. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. If the following four speakers, Mr. Jimenez, I called you earlier, if you would please make it brief, and then we will conclude the public hearing.
Yes, can I give this to all the council members, please?
Sure.
Dear council members, as a SEPA 1 poverty representative selected by the community to sit on the Community Action Board, CAP, part of the city's Community Action Agency, I have the opportunity to serve your constituents. There are others like me on the CAP that hold this position as a poverty-selected community representative. On Monday, December the 6th, the Council Committee and Economic Development Committee held their meeting to decide the Community Department recommendations for human services or funding. The council members seated on this committee was Mike Hernandez, chairperson, Nick Pacheco, but Jackie Goldberg had took a seat out in the audience for, I don't know what reason was that. But Councilman Hernandez and Councilman Pacheco made a deal to which agencies to fund in SEPA 1. Councilman Pacheco was an executive member of one of these agencies he recommended to be funded. It appears that he recommended an agency that he has a special interest in. He ignored the endorsement of over 500 of his constituents to fund other grassroots agencies that they wanted to see funded in the community in SEPA 1. In the past, Councilman Alatorre ignored some of his constituents. It appears that Councilman Pacheco is no better than the former councilman was in the same catering for
Sir.
special interest groups. However, the
Sir.
process of the funding
Sir.
was not properly.
Could you please conclude?
Okay. What it is, you have it in writing. The thing is this, is that the process was not equally, and there's enough money to fund every about 90% of all the proposals submitted. There's enough revenues in there. You're going to shortchange the community and the agencies and also your constituents.
Thank you,
Well,
sir.
if you accept this package, the CDDs before you, you're going to defund 90 organizations providing services for the poor, which means less services.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate if you all read what's been given to you.
Thank you, sir.
Before you make the vote.
Thank you, sir. I do have four final cards, and we're going to make them part of the record. Ray Grabinski's, Pharrell Robbins, Terry Lance, and Sona Zinzalian. We're going to make these part of the record. Colleagues, if you would like to speak on this item, would you please push your buttons? The chair recognizes Mr. Hernandez.
Mr. President, members of the council, and I'll ask that there be some silence so that everybody can hear the comments I have to make. And I'm going to take probably the full 6 minutes in making these comments.
Mr. Hernandez, before you continue, I believe you did have a public hearing in your committee.
I had a public hearing regarding the appeal process in which we heard about 72 different appeals, and it took about 8 hours.
Thank you, sir.
And that was part of an initial process, and then we had another public hearing. But members of the council, what I need to share with all of us is that this was a due process for a human service delivery system. It should have been, back 7 years ago, we had a human service delivery RFP that was for a 3-year period, and then it took 4 years for us to issue a new RFP. One of the reasons it took 4 years is we were trying to develop a system that would be better than the system we had previously. And a task force was put together that basically came up with the collaborative concept and the kind of human service delivery system that we felt would be more accountable, and this council adopted those task force's recommendations. And what we did is we created 2 programs. One was a program of collaboratives per SEPA, and another one was a program of basically neighborhood action plans. That was that was going to deal with the overall collaboratives, and then we had the gaps hopefully would be funded by these NAP programs, the neighborhood action plans. And what ended up happening after the process was completed were the recommendations from the department and the appeals. What I want you to understand is that when we talked about NAPs, there was 167 applications. The staff recommended 74. The CED committee also recommended an additional 31 be funded for a total of 105. Now, when you fund 105 out of 167, our reality is that 52 are not going to be happy, or 57 aren't going to be happy. I should say 62 aren't going to be happy, if I got my math correct, because they weren't funded. When we looked at the family development networks, what you need to understand, and that was a larger chunk of money, there was 47 applications. We ended up funding 11 to the tune of $800,000 each, and each one of those is part of collaboratives and has many other people who are part of the funding mechanisms. We know that in the appeal process, the department basically heard 92 appeals, and the CED committee ended up hearing about 90. And so it was an extensive process. Now, I wanted to explain the process because as of January 1st, the previous delivery system is no longer funded. And the new system has to be funded, and today is December 8th. And there'll be part of the actions we're taking today are to provide for that funding, so that we do have something in place. If we don't take a decision and have something in place, we continue to do what we've done before. Every month of funding basically takes away from the new system and reduces the dollar figures that we're talking about. And so we need to take an action today because of that reason. Now, I found some serious gaps in this system that I want you to be aware of. One, we put out an RFP that was very competitive, and it raised the level of the scores. And what happened is a lot of the traditionally funded groups did not qualify for one reason or another. And I'll give you an example. City-owned facility child care providers missed the deadline for application by 15 minutes. Now, when you have an RFP, you can't, once the door closes, it closes. So those groups, and there's one in my district, for example, that would not be funded. If we don't fund it, what happens is, and right now it's not before you, but if it doesn't receive funding from one source or another, that facility will have to relocate the kids into a facility for purposes of the child care. The kids are currently being served, and then put an RFP out for use of the facility, and then when someone is awarded that facility, have to deal with a funding mechanism for providing it. Makes no sense. And so we're going to be coming back to you with a proposal to how to deal with that issue, and hopefully look at other funding sources for that kind of purpose. Agencies like Legal Aid, who provide traditional services and came in sole sources, we're competing with other legal aid providers. And legal aid, as we know it in Los Angeles Legal Aid Office did not get funded in all the areas they want to get funded. But we know their services are extremely important. And so we're going to try and see how it is that we can find additional funding mechanisms for those kinds of agencies. And many of the agencies that do work in our districts and do tremendous work, and we know their work, for whatever reason, on face value when they competed in this process, did not score high. And others scored very high. So the system is not perfect, and I need to share that with you. What we do have before you today is the recommended funding proposals of the department and the CED committee. Included in that was partial funding on the appeal process. And in the case of Mr. Pacheco's SEPA 1 and my SEPA, what you need to understand is we took, here was the funding cutoff at 88 points, and then we took the 6 next agencies, and it was in order. And we wanted to reach down to the 6th group, and each one of them will be getting approximately $29,000. And it's going to create a gap in their programming, and we have to come back with some kind of way of seeing how we could make them whole. And that's what we're going to be doing in looking for additional resources. It happened in every SEPA. It happened in every SEPA. The USC School for Dentistry scored low because they provide one service, and that is they deal with the oral care of emergency children from the school district who would get no dentistry care no place else. But the way the RFP was set up, it did not allow them to score high because they only provide one specific service. And so what ended up happening there is we funded them at the same level we funded them before because of the special way, the service they provide, and the fact that nobody else provides it in the entire city. And we felt we had to do that, but we got to make them whole. So I just wanted to explain to you that a lot of work went into creating this delivery system. We know there's some gaps that still have to be filled, and we're going to be coming back to you with funding recommendations. The tobacco settlement money might be one of those relief mechanisms. The LA County's Human Service Delivery System, which for the first time has $360 million they're putting out to RFP, is going to be something we're going to be looking at how we can partnership into that delivery system, as well as maybe looking at other funding mechanisms like UDAG monies to cover some of these gaps, to help these agencies stay in business and continue providing the vital services. I'm just sorry we didn't have enough to please everybody, and the reality is it's a tragedy for the city of Los Angeles, and we have to deal with it as a council. So I just urge that we support the total package at this time, and then let us move on to continue the work that we have to do to fill the gaps.
Councilman, on behalf of we, your colleagues, we'd like to thank you for the very hard work, you and your staff and the staff of the Community Development Department. Terrific job. Our compliments.
Okay.
The chair would like to recognize Councilman Fewer.
Thank you. I, having been on both sides of this process as the director of a program that was a recipient agency, as well as being on this side, what an excruciating job. And every year, for the last number of years, we look to Mike and his committee to help try to wind our way through this. I rose to speak primarily to speak to those in the audience who are appellants here, some of whom have written me about shortfalls that they allege have arisen in their budgets. At this stage of this process, I think it's impossible for the council in any kind of principled way to pick out an agency here or there for additional funds without being pretty arbitrary about the process. What Mike has described to us is there's a real effort, especially this year, to make the process as objective as possible, to rely especially heavily, frankly, on the staff, to come up with as good a process as possible, and then to use the staff's evaluations as the guide rather than politics in its crudest sense as a guide to who should get funded. Mike, from my understanding, that's exactly what we've done here. We've taken the numerical evaluation scores, assigned them to programs. Beneath that line, there was no funding or limited funding, and above it is where the money actually went based on how they were evaluated. And so with respect to the programs who've contacted me, and good programs, and very important programs, LA Free Clinic, Legal Aid, and other programs, which have relied on funding for years, I don't see how we could effectively redirect funds from a recipient agency that scored higher without being very arbitrary today. And I think instead, as is often the case, we're relegated to trying to find some scraps here and there. The deficiency in this whole process is that the agencies that are serving the poorest of our residents themselves compete for the scraps of funding from federal, state, and local sources. We have not found our way around that, and we have to share some responsibility for that. On Friday will come one of Mr. Hernandez's ideas as to how to find stopgap funding for the balance of these agencies. I don't know what the result will be, but I just don't see us mucking around through this process here and there today and being fair to anybody.
Thank you, Mr. Fewer. Are there any other council colleagues that would like to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we do have item number 11 before us, which is a Community and Economic Development Committee report. As such, Madam Clerk, would you open the roll on item number 11 and tabulate the vote?
10 ayes.
That item is approved forthwith. Mr. Hernandez?
If I could, I just want to say thank you, Council, for your support, and staff has gone through a tremendous task, and I want to acknowledge them as well as all the groups. I need all the groups to understand that participating in the process allows us to continue to try and see how we fill those gaps and how you can participate. And so again, thank you very much for your cooperation.
Thank you again, Mr. Hernandez, and congratulations. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 20.
Okay, we do have item number 20 before us.
Yeah, I would like to ask the staff to just explain briefly, and Colin, I think you should be there too, what this item is, since it is entirely different from the item we spent all those hours on earlier today.
Item 20, Molly Campbell with the City Administrative Officer, is a joint community facilities agreement with the City of Culver City. This is required under the Mello-Roos Act in order for the city to finance infrastructure that's going to be owned or operated by Culver City. So it's pretty straightforward. Attachment Exhibit B to the agreement itself outlines what those facilities are. They're off-site street and traffic improvements, and they list the series of intersections. There are a series of 10 of those that will be improved. Basically, this agreement allows the city to use Mello-Roos funds, and we'll be acting like a financing agent in order to pay for those types of improvements.
And the difference between this and, is this a new agreement or an amended agreement, or what have we got here?
This is an amended agreement. The council has previously approved this back in 1995, so it's an amended agreement. It's been just updated to reflect currently where we are in the process.
Well, no, you better explain that just a little more specifically. It's updated because you mentioned earlier that the rating mechanisms and something had changed? Is that what you said?
No, in this particular agreement, it's amended. It was approved back in 1995. We thought it would be appropriate at this juncture since we've got 3 different CFDs, and in 1995 we had one.
All right.
To
So
update
it's
it to
because we
reflect
have 3 community facilities districts instead of just the one that was created at the time of 1995?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Galanter, do you move a 5-minute public hearing?
Yes, sir, I appreciate the suggestion. I move a 5-minute public hearing.
Okay, this will be a 5-minute public hearing in total. We do have a few speakers here. First person I would like to call upon is Mr. David Herbst, followed by Alberta Weinlande. Mr. Herbst? Not here? Okay, Alberta Weinlander? Not here. Peggy Forster? Not here. Maria Hanscom, or Marcia Hanscom? Ms. Hanscom, go right ahead.
Thank you.
You could keep your comments brief because we have 5-minute total, please.
I will be happy to do that. I'm Marcia Hanscom with the Wetlands Action Network and Sierra Club Angeles chapter. The same comments we made on the previous hearing absolutely apply. I do direct you again to this letter from our attorneys, and I want to specifically address the question Councilperson Goldberg raised. These funds, Ms. Goldberg, would you please, okay, good. I just want to make sure you know. These funds are being used for mitigations the developer was required to pay for. This is absolutely flies in the face of all of the conditions you all approved in 1995. The freshwater marsh, there's even money for the salt marsh restoration that supposedly they're doing to benefit all of us. The reason Galanter says this is so wonderful, this money is going to mitigation measures the developer is supposed to pay for.
Thank you, ma'am. M. Vester? M. Vester? Tom Francis? Sabrina Venskus? Followed by Kurt Steindler. Ms. Venskus?
No, actually, I'm Stephanie Beckman. I am a resident and homeowner, and Sabrina left and gave me her time. You'll find on my card, you may have my card in the pile, but it
Okay,
has
go right
both.
ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
You could be
Just
brief.
once again, continuing to approve the money that goes to the profit of Playa Capital is against the wishes of the community and, you know, really provides significant actionable potential lawsuits for the city. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Kurt Steindler? Kurt Steindler? Sharon King? Sharon King? Eleanor Katzman? Eleanor Katzman? Sheldon Jacknowitz? Sheldon Jacknowitz? Gretchen Nemser? Alaire Patterson? Okay, I have quite a few more cards. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to be heard on item number 20 in the interest of time, not going through the rest of the cards? If you would like to be heard on item number 20, could you please line up behind the podium and we will conclude the 5-minute public hearing. Commissioner Speck?
Lisa Speck, representing Playa Vista. I am here simply to say that David Herbst is not in the chambers at this moment. He is taking the supporters downstairs. But if there are any questions, we do have David Nelson here, an Executive Vice President of Playa Vista, as well as Patty Sinclair, who can answer any questions on the Community Facilities District.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who would like to be heard on item number 20, ma'am?
Patricia McPherson. The fact that this is dealing also with Culver City, it's become my experience that not only the county supervisors, but I dare say the city of Culver City has not been aware. There have been no disclosures to that city as well of the gas problems and hazards associated with the Playa Vista site. And yes, I would like to reiterate what Marcia Hanscom stated, the fact that all of this infrastructure, whether it is actually the mitigation system itself or if all of the infrastructure will be affected by the mitigation systems and the corrosive elements that are in the soil and the gas aspects of the soil, that needs to be addressed and disclosed within the whole Mello-Roos scam at this point.
Thank you, ma'am. Kathy Knight. Ms. Knight.
Yes, good afternoon. I just like to point out the reason that there aren't many people here when you're calling their names is it's like 3:45 now, and people just had to leave. They've been here since 10 a.m. But basically, we want to reiterate what we said earlier today. We support what was previously said on this item. And also, I just want to point out that Los Angeles has destroyed over 95% of its wetlands. We're down to the last 5%. You have the United Nations is telling us we've got to stop doing rhetoric and take action to save what's left of our resources on this planet, because we're at the point of almost no return. There was a Ted Koppel special where 3 scientists said we're going into the 5th mass extinction on this planet caused by mankind this time. And on the east end, where these Mello-Roos bonds will be used, it will destroy delineated wetlands, and the whole area could be restored as an ecosystem that we desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I believe we have no further speakers. Now, council colleagues, if you would like to speak on this item, the chair recognizes Council President Pro Tem Galanter.
First of all, I'd like to move approval, and I'd also like to take note, even though it is not relevant to the vote we're taking at this moment, which is simply the agreement with Culver City, which Culver City will definitely want to have. They have made quite clear that they want their share. But I would take note that we've had a number of speakers today from Santa Monica where they have a moratorium on all housing in multiple family zones. And that, by the way, is causing more of the traffic problem on the west side and certainly on the 10 freeway than any development at Playa Vista that includes both housing and jobs will ever do. So I ask approval. I moved approval.
Thank you, Ms. Galanter. Are there any other colleagues that would like to speak on this item? Ms. Galanter has moved approval. Ms. Chick has seconded the motion. Seeing no other discussion, Madam Clerk, would you open the roll on this item and tabulate the vote?
10 ayes.
That item is approved.
Thank you. Forthwith, please.
Forthwith to the mayor. Next item.
Mr. President, you have special one. It's motion by Councilmember Ridley Thomas, seconded by Councilmember Walters, and it's relative to reward, and the city attorney will explain the need to make the findings.
Madam City Attorney, I believe we have to make findings since this is a special. Go right ahead, please.
Yes, thank you very much. On Friday morning, December 3rd, a young mother, her 9-year-old child, and an 8-year-old friend were crossing the street in a marked pedestrian crosswalk. They were struck by a vehicle traveling at a very high rate of speed. It was eastbound on Adams Boulevard. The car did not even slow down. The police have asked for a reward motion because of the nature of this, and they and the mother and the 2 children are in critical condition in the hospital. The council needs to make the findings that the need to act rose after the posting of the agenda, and there's an immediate need to act.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Let us open the roll on the findings on special number 1. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Okay, the item is before us. Would anyone like to speak on special number 1? Seeing none, Mr. Fuhrer moves. Ms. Walters seconds. Open the roll on special number 1 and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That item is approved. Forthwith to the mayor. Next item.
Mr. President, the closed session items, the city attorney has advised that those can be continued to Friday, December 10th.
Without objection, the closed session items on today's agenda will be continued till Friday, December 10th. Without objection, that'll be the order. Next item.
This is the time for comments from the public on non-agenda items.
Okay, we have 3 cards for public comment. Richard Robinson. Mr. Robinson?
President, Mr. President, members of council, I imagine that the internet is an excellent site for the posting of agendas, their ordinances, and the broadcasting of televised city council meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Doug Korthoff? Doug Korthoff? Not here. Mort Allen? Not here. Okay, seeing no further cards, public comment is closed. Madam Clerk, next item of business.
Motions for posting and referral.
Without objection, that will be the order. The chair recognizes Councilman Pacheco.
I just wanted to make a quick announcement that in 10 minutes, we will be meeting in room 315, the Housing and Community Redevelopment, and the meeting on substandard housing, the Committee on Substandard Housing.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other announcements by council members at this time? Ms. Goldberg, did you have a committee? Okay. Next item,
The
adjourning
desk
motion?
is clear, Mr. President.
Okay, the desk is clear. Adjourning motions, colleagues. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Goldberg for an adjourning motion.
I actually have two. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask that we adjourn in memory of Max Avalos, who started his union work as a mine worker in Arizona as a young man. He later went on to work with Cesar Chavez with the United Farm Workers for many years. His last task was as a representative for Pacific Union Dental, and he sold dental plans to various unions. As well as being a hard worker, Max was a family man. He was very family-oriented. He was a doting grandfather, a caring father, a loving husband. He loved giving advice to his children and his grandchildren. He will truly be missed by all of his family members and those of us who were fortunate enough to know him. He's survived by his wife, Doris, his son, Max III, daughters, Gloria and Andrea, 3 stepchildren, 13 grandchildren, and 9 great-grandchildren.
Mr. Hernandez. Mr. President, I'd also like to join on the adjourning motion for Max Avalos. He was an inspiration to me, very much involved in Democratic politics, but Mayor Bradley, MAPA, and in the Latino community stands out as one of our heroes. I just would like to be honored if I could join on that adjourning motion.
The next one I have is ask that we adjourn in memory of Alan John Gerd. Alan recently graduated from law school, USC Law School. He was a member of the Gay and Lesbian Law Union and was loved and admired. He passed the bar exam and would have been admitted to practice law with his classmates this week. Alan was a bright, beautiful, compassionate human being with the mind of a scholar who made the world a better place for the 29 years he was alive. He struggled with reconciling his deep religious convictions and his homosexuality for most of his life. He died Tuesday of suicide and will be missed terribly by those of us who were lucky enough to have known and loved him. He's survived by his partner, Dan Pelota, founder, among other things, the California AIDS Ride, and a member of the board of the Gay and Lesbian Center, as well as by his parents, his twin brother, and his sisters.
I'd like to join you on that, please.
Mr. Padilla. Thank you, Mr. President. Would like to join as a co-presenter of the adjournment in memory of Max Avalos. I was also privileged and fortunate to have gotten to know him not only through various fights within the labor movement, but in electoral and democratic politics as well. He, in my opinion, was a living history, and I also was fortunate to benefit from his advice, his storytelling, and his wisdom in my formative years. Thank you.
Members of the council, I ask we adjourn in memory of Joel Bennett, who was a county council, represented the county in the Coliseum Commission, passed away, and I'd ask we adjourn in his memory. I'd also ask that we adjourn in memory of Ron Franz, who was a 3-time All-American at the University of California, and I had the opportunity to play against him in 1947. He went to 3 Rose Bowl games, and he was an outstanding individual. He's a large family, and he worked as a representative and a lobbyist in Sacramento, but then he was also with the public utility up there. I'd ask we adjourn in his memory. Call the roll. Aye, the council is adjourned.